Part 2, Chapter 6 The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Which way?
Which way, Will? Asked Meriwether Lewis. Which is the river? If we miss many guesses, the British will beat us through. Which is our river here?
They stood at the junction of the Yellowstone with the Missouri and faced one of the first of their great problems. It was spring once more. The geese were flying northward again. The grass was green. 3 weeks ago the ice had run clear, and they had left their winter quarters among the Mandans. 5 months they had spent at the Mandan village. For 5 months they had labored to reach that place. For 5 months or more they had lain at St. Louis. Time was passing. As Meriwether Lewis said, few wrong guesses could be afforded. Early in April, the great barge, manned by 10 men, had set out downstream, carrying with it the proof of the success of the expedition. It bore many new things, precious things, things unknown to civilization. Among these were 60 specimens of plants, as many of minerals in earth, weapons of the Indians, examples of their clothing, specimens of the corn and other vegetables which they raised, horns of the bighorn and the antelope, both animals then new to science, antlers of the deer and elk, stuffed specimens, dried skins, herbs, fruits, flowers, and with all these the broken story of a new geography. The greatest story ever sent out for publication by any man or men, and all done in Homeric simplicity. As the great barge had started down the river, the 2 Iroquois which had come so far, joined by the cottonwood dugouts laboriously fabricated during the winter months, had started up the river, manned by 31 men. With the pick of the original party, there had come but one woman, the girl Sacagawea, with her little baby, born that winter at the Mandan fortress. Sacagawea now had her place in the camp. She and her infant were the pets of all. She sat in the sunlight, her baby in her lap, by her side an Indian dog, a waif which Lewis had found abandoned in an Indian encampment, and which had attached itself to him. Sacagawea smiled as the tall form of the captain came toward her. She had already learned some of the words of his tongue, he some of hers.
"Which way, Sacagawea?" asked Meriwether Lewis. "What river is this which goes on to the left?"
"Him Roshon," replied the girl. "My man call him that. No good, him, big river." And she pointed toward the right-hand stream.
"As I thought, Will," said Lewis, nodding, and again to the Indian girl, "Do you remember this place?"
She nodded her head vigorously and smiled.
"See?"
With a pointed stick, she began to sketch a map on the sand of the river bar, showing how the Yellowstone flowed from the south, how, far on ahead, its upper course bent toward the Missouri, with a march of not more than a day between the two. The maps of this new world that first came back to civilization were copies of Indians' drawings made with a pointed stick upon the earth, or with a coal on a whitened hide.
"She knows, Will," said Lewis. "See, this place she marks near the mountain summit, where the 2 streams are close. Sometime we must explore that crossing."
"I'm sure I'd rather trust her map than this one here of old Jonathan Carver," answered Clark, the map maker. His idea of this country is that 4 great rivers head about where we are now. He marks the River Bourbon, which I never heard of, as running north to Hudson Bay. But he has the St. Louis rising near here too, and it must be 1,500 or 2,000 miles off to the east. The Mississippi, too, he thinks heads about here, at the mouth of the Yellowstone, and yonder runs the Oregon River, which I presume is the Columbia. 'Tis all very simple on Carver's maps, but perhaps not quite so easy if we follow that of Sacagawea. This country is wider than any of us ever dreamed.
And greater and more beautiful in every way, assented his companion.
They stood and gazed about them at the scene of wild beauty. The river ran in long curves between bold and sculptured bluffs, among groves of native trees, now softly green. Above, on the prairies, lay a carpet of the shy wild rose, most beautiful of the prairie blossoms. All about were shrubs and flowers, now putting forth their claims in the renewed life of spring. On the plains fed the buffalo, far as the eye could reach. Antelope, deer, the shy bighorn, all these might be seen, and the footprints of the giant bears along the beaches. It was the wilderness, and it was theirs. They owned it all. Thus far they had seen no sign of any human occupancy. They did not meet a single human being, red or white, all that summer. A vast, silent, unclaimed land, beautiful and abounding, lay waiting for occupancy. There was no map of it, none save that written on the soil now and then by an Indian girl 16 years of age. They plodded on now, taking the right-hand stream, with full confidence in their guidance, forging onward a little every day between the high banks of the swift river that came down from the great mountains. April passed, and May. "Soon we see the mountains," insisted Sacagawea. And at last, 2 months out from the Mandans, Lewis looked westward from a little eminence and saw a low, broken line, white in spots, not to be confused with the lesser eminences of the nearby landscape.
"It is the mountains!" he exclaimed. "There lie the Stonies! They do exist! We shall surely reach them! We have won!"
Not yet had they won. These shining mountains lay a long distance to the westward, and yet other questions were to be settled ere they might be reached. Within a week they came to yet another forking of the stream. A strong river came boiling down from the north, of color and depth much similar to that of the Missouri they had known. On the left ran a less turbulent and clearer stream. Which was the way?
"The north one should be the right one, Capitan," said Cruzet, himself a good voyager.
Most of the men agreed with him. The leaders recalled that the Mandans had said that the Missouri after a time grew clear in color, and that it would lead to the mountains. Which now was the Missouri? They found the moccasin of an Indian not far from here.
"Blackfoot," said Sacagawea, and pointed to the north, shaking her head.
She insisted that the left-hand river was the right one, but unwilling as yet to rely on her fully, the leaders called a council of the men and listened to their arguments. They knew well enough that a wrong choice here might mean the failure of their expedition. Cruzat had many adherents. The men began to mutter.
"If we go up that left-hand stream, we shall be lost among the mountains," one said. "We shall perish when the winter comes."
"We will go both ways," said Meriwether Lewis at length.
"Captain Clark will explore the lower fork, while I go up the right-hand stream. We will meet here when we know the truth."
So Lewis traveled 2 days' journey up the right-hand fork before he turned back, thoughtful.
"I have decided," said he to the men who accompanied him, "this stream will lead us far to the north, into the British country. It cannot be the true Missouri. I shall call this Maria's River, after my cousin in Virginia, Maria Woods. I shall not call it the Missouri."
He met Clark at the fork of the river, and again they held a council. The men were still dissatisfied. Clark had advanced some distance up the left-hand stream.
"We must prove it yet further," said Meriwether Lewis. "Captain Clark, do you remain here, while I go on ahead far enough to know absolutely whether we are right or wrong. If we are not right in our choice, it is as the men say, we shall fail. But where is Sacagawea?" he added. "I will ask her once more."
Sacagawea was ill. She was in a fever. She could not talk to her husband, but to Lewis she talked, and always she said,
"That way. By and by. Big Falls. Guard her well," said Lewis anxiously. "Much depends on her. I must go on ahead."
He took the French interpreter Drouillard and 3 of the Kentuckians and started on up the left-hand stream with one boat. The current of the river seemed to stiffen. It cost continually increasing toil to get the boat upstream. They were gone for several days, and no word came back from them. Meantime, at the river forks, William Clark was busy. It was obvious that the explorers must lighten the loads of their boats. They began to cache all the heavy goods with which they could dispense, their tools, the extra lead and powder tins, some of the flour, all the heavy stuff which would encumber them most seriously. Here, too, was the end of the journey of the Red Iroquois from St. Louis. They hid it in the willows of an island near the mouth of Maria's River. Lewis himself, weak from toil, fell ill on the way, but still he would not stop. He came to a point from which he could see the mountains plainly on ahead. The river was narrow, flowing through a cañon. The next day they came to the foot of the great falls of the Missouri, alone, majestic here in the wilderness, soundless save for their own dashing, those wonderful cascades, now so well known in industry, so nearly forgotten in history.
"The girl was right. This is the river," said Lewis to his men. "It comes from the mountains. We are right."
Cascade after cascade, rapid after rapid, he pushed on to the head of the great drop of the Missouri, where it plunges down from its upper valley for its long journey through the vast plains. Now word went down to the mouth of Maria's River, but the messenger met Clark already toiling upward with his boats, for he had guessed the cause of delay, and at last believed Sacagawea. "Make some boat trucks, Will," said Lewis, when at last they were all encamped at the foot of the falls. "We shall have to portage 20 miles of falls and rapids." And William Clark, the ever-ready engineer, who always had a solution for any problem in mechanics or in geography, went to work upon the hardest task in transportation they yet had had. "We must leave more plunder here, man," said he. "We can't get into the mountains with all this." So again they cached some of their stores. They buried here the great swivel piece which had made the thunder among so many savage tribes. Also there were stored here the spring's collection of animals and minerals, certain books and maps not needed, and the great grindstone which had come all the way from Harper's Ferry. They were stripping for their race. It took the party a full month to make the portage. They were worn to the bone by the hard labor, scorched by the sun, and frozen by the night winds. "We must go on!" was always the cry. All felt that the summer was going. None knew what might be on ahead. At the cost of greater and greater toil, they pushed on up the river above the falls, until presently its course bent off to the south again. They passed through a country of such wealth as none of them had ever dreamed of, but they did not suspect the hidden treasures of gold and silver which lay so close to them on the floor of the mountain valleys. What interested them more was the excitement of Sacagawea, who from time to time pointed out traces of human occupancy. "My people here," said she, and pointed to campfires. "Plenty people come here. Heap hunt buffalo." She pointed out the trails made by the lodge poles. "She knows, Will," said Lewis once more. "We have a guide even here. We are the luckiest of men." "Soon we come where 3 rivers," said Sacagawea one day. They had passed to the south and west through the first range of mountains, through that gate of the mountains near to the rich gold fields of the future state of Montana. "By and by, 3 rivers, I know." And it was as she had said. The men, wearied to the limit by the toil of getting the boats upstream by line and setting pole, at last found their mountain river broken into 3 separate streams. "We will camp here," said the leader. "We are tired. We have worked long and hard." "My people come here," said Sacagawea. "Plenty time." "Here the men at Teray struck my people. 5 snows ago that was. They caught me and took me with them. So I find Chabourneau among the Mandans. Here my people live." Without hesitation, she pointed out that one of 3 forks of the Missouri which led off to the westward, the one that Meriwether Lewis called the Jefferson. And now every man in the party felt that they were on the right path as they turned into that stream. But at the Beaver Head Rock, well known to all the Indians, they went into camp once more. "Captains make medicine now," said Sacagawea to Chabourneau, her husband. For once more the captains hesitated. There were many passes, many valleys, many trails. Which was the way? The men grew sullen again. They lay in camp for days, sending out parties, feeling out the way. But the explorers always came back uncertain. It was Clark who led these scouting parties now, for Lewis was well nigh broken down in health. One night, alone, the leader sat by his little fire, thinking, as so often he did now. The stars, unspeakably brilliant, lit up the wild scene about him. This was the wilderness. He had sought it all his life. All his life it had called to him aloud. What had it done for him after all? Had it taught him to forget? 2 years now had passed, and still he saw a face which would not go away. Still there arose before him the same questions whose debate had torn his soul, worn out his body through these weary months. "You will be cold, sir," said one of the men solicitously as he passed on his way to guard mount. "Shall I fetch your coat?" Lewis thanked him, and the man brought from his tent the captain's uniform coat, which he had forgotten. Absently he sought to put it on, and felt something crinkling in the sleeve. It was a bit of paper. He halted, the old presentiment coming to his mind. "Is Shannon here?" he asked of the man who had handed him the coat. "He was to get my moccasins mended for me.
"No, Captain. He is out with Captain Clark," replied Fields, the Kentuckian. "Very well. That will do, Fields." Meriwether Lewis sat down again by his little fire, his last letter in his hand. Gently he ran a finger along the seal, stooped over, kicked together the embers of the fire, and saw scratched in the wax a number. This was number 3. He did not open it for a time. He looked at it, no longer in dread, but in eagerness. It seemed to him, indeed, as if the letter had come in response to the outcry of his soul, that it really had dropped from the sky, manna for a hungry heart. It was the absence of this which had worn him thin, left him the shadow of the man he should have been. Here, as he knew well, was one more summons to what seemed to him to be a duty. And off to the west, shining cold in the night under the stars, stood the mountains, beckoning. Which was the way? He broke the seal slowly, with no haste, knowing that whatever the letter said, it could mean only more unhappiness to him. Yet he was hungry for it as one who longs for a soothing drug. He pushed together yet more closely the burning sticks of his little fire and bent over to read. It was very little that he saw written, but it spoke to him like a voice in the night. "Come back to me. Ah, come back. I need you. I implore you to return." There was no address, no date, no signature. There was no means of telling whence or how this letter had come to him, more than any of the others. Go back to her. How could he now? It was more than a year since these words had been written. What avail now if he did return? No, he had delayed, he had gone on, and he had cost her what? Perhaps her happiness as well as his own. Perhaps the success of herself and of many others. Perhaps his own success in life. Against that, what could he measure? The white mountains on ahead made no reply to him. The stars glowed cold and white above him, but they seemed like 1,000 facets of pitiless light turned upon his soul. The quavering howl of a wolf on a nearby eminence sounded like a voice to him, mocking, taunting, fiendish. Never, it seemed to him, had any man been thus unhappy. Even the wilderness had failed him. In a land of desolation he sat, a desolate soul. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mountains. When William Clark returned from his 3-day scouting trip, his forehead was furrowed with anxiety. His men were silent as they filed into camp and cast down their knapsacks. "It's no use, man," said Clark. "We are in a pocket here. The other 2 forks, which we call the Madison and the Gallatin, both come from the southeast, entirely out of our course. The divide seems to face around south of us and bend up again on the west. Who knows the way across? Our river valley is gone. The only sure way seems back, downstream." "What do you mean?" demanded Meriwether Lewis quietly. "I scarce know. I am worn out, man. My men have been driven hard. And why not?
His companion remained silent under the apparent rebuke.
You don't mean that we should return, Lewis went on.
Why not, man? Said William Clark, sighing. Our men are exhausted. There are other years than this.
Meriwether Lewis turned upon his friend with the one flash of wrath which ever was known between them. Good heavens, Captain Clark, said he. There is not any other year than this. There is not any other month, or week, or day but this. It is not for you or me to hesitate. Within the hour I shall go on. We'll cross over, or we'll leave the bones of every man of the expedition here. This year, now! Clark's florid face flushed under the sting of his comrade's words, but his response was manful and just.
You are right, said he at length. Forgive me if for a moment, just a moment, I seem to question the possibility of going forward. Give me a night to sleep. As I said, I am worn out. If I ever see Mr. Jefferson again, I shall tell him that all the credit for this expedition rests with you. I shall say that once I wavered, and that I had no cause. You did not waver, yet I know what excuse you would have for it.
You are only weary, Will. It is my turn now, said Meriwether Lewis, and he never told his friend of this last letter. A moment later he had called one of his men. McNeil, said he, get Reuben Fields, Whitehouse, and Goodrich. Make light packs. We are going into the mountains.
The 4 men shortly appeared, but they were silent, morose, moody. Those who were to remain in the camp shared their silence. Sacagawea alone smiled as they departed.
That way, said she, pointing, and she knew that her chief would find the path.
May we not wonder, in these later days, if any of us, who reap so carelessly and so selfishly where others have plowed and sown, reflect as we should upon the first cost of what we call our own. The $15 million paid for the vast empire which these men were exploring, that was little, that was naught. But the cost in blood and toil and weariness, in love and loyalty and faith, in daring and suffering and heartbreak of those who went ahead. It was a few brave leaders who furnished the stark, unflinching courage for us all. Sergeant Ordway, with Pryor and Gass, met in one of the many little ominous groups that now began to form among the men in camp. Captain Clark was sleeping, exhausted. It stands to reason, said Ordway, usually so silent, that the way across the range is up one valley to the divide and down the next creek on the opposite side. That is the way we crossed the Alleghanies. Pryor nodded his head. Sure, said he. And all the game trails break off to the south and southwest. Follow the elk.
Is it so?
Exclaimed Patrick Gass.
You think it easy to find a way across yonder range? And how'd you know just how the Alleghanies was crossed first? Did they make it the first time they tried? Things is easy enough after they've been done once, but it's the first time that counts.
There is no other way, Pat, argued Ordway. 'Tis the rivers that make passes in any mountain range.
Which is the right river, then, rejoined Gass. We're looking for one that maybe is nowhere near here. Suppose we go to the top of yonder and take a creek down, and suppose that creek don't run the right way at all, but comes out 1,000 miles to the southwest. Where are you then? I'd like to know. The trouble with us is we're the first ones to cross here, and not coming along after someone else has done the trick for us.
Pryor was willing to argue further. All the Injuns have said the big river was over there somewhere.
Somewhere,
exclaimed Patrick Gass.
Somewhere's a mighty long ways when we're lost and hungry.
Which is just what we are now, rejoined Pryor. The sooner we start back, the quicker we'll be out of this.
Pryor,
the square face of the Irishman hardened at once.
Listen to me. You're my bunkmate and friend, but I warn ye not to say that again. If ye said it where he could hear ye, that man ahead, do you know what he would do to you?
I ain't particular. 'Tis time we took this thing into our own hands.
It's where we're taking it now, Pryor,
said Gass ominously.
A court-martial is set for less than that ye've said.
Maybe you couldn't call one. I don't know.
Maybe we couldn't, eh? I mind me of a little settlement I had with that man once. No court-martial at all. Me not enlisted at the time, and not responsible under the Articles of War. I said to his face I was of the belief I could lick him. I said it kindly, and meant no harm, because at the time it seemed to me I could, and 'twould be a pleasure to me. But, boys, he hit me one time, and when I came to, I was careless whether it was the Articles of War or not had hit me. Listen to me now, Pryor, and you too, Ordway. A man like that is liable to have judgment in his head as well as a punch in his arm. We're safer to follow him than to follow ourselves. Moreover, I want you to say to your men that we will not have them for gathering around and talking, any disrespect to their superiors. If we're in a bad place, let us fight our ways out. Let's not turn back until we are forced. I never did like any rooster in the ring that would either squawk or run away. That man yonder on ahead needed mighty little persuasion to fight. I'm with him.
Well, maybe you are right, Pat, said Ordway after a time, and so the mutiny once more halted. The tide changed quickly when it began to set the other way. Lewis led an advance party across the range. One day, deep in the mountains, he was sweeping the country with his spyglass, as was his custom. He gave a sudden explanation. "What is it, Captain?" asked Hugh McNeil. "Some game?" "No, a man, an Indian, riding a good horse, too. That means he has more horses somewhere. Come, we will call to him." The wild rider, however, had nothing but suspicion for the newcomers. Staring at them, he wheeled at length and was away at top speed. Once more they were alone, and none the better off. "His people are that way," said Lewis. "Come." But all that day passed, and that night, and still they found none of the natives. But they began to see signs of Indians now, fresh tracks, hoof prints of many horses. And thus finally they came upon 2 Indian women and a child, whom the white men surprised before they were able to escape. Lewis took up the child and showed the mother that he was a friend. "These are Shoshones," said he to his men. "I can speak with them. I have learned some of their tongue from Sacagawea. These are her people. We are safe." 60 warriors met them, all mounted, all gorgeously clad. Again the great peace pipe, again the spread blanket inviting the council. The Shoshones showed no sign of hostility. The few words of their tongue which Lewis was able to speak gave them assurance. "McNeil," said Lewis, "go back now across the range and tell Captain Clark to bring up the men." William Clark, given one night's sleep, was his energetic self again, and not in mind to lie in camp. He had already ordered camp broken. more of the heavier articles cached, the canoes concealed here and there along the stream, and had pushed on after Lewis. He met McNeil coming down, bearing the tidings. Sacagawea ran on ahead in glee. My people, she cried. They were indeed safe now. Sacagawea found her brother, the chief of this band of Shoshones, and was made welcome. She found many friends of her girlhood, who had long mourned her as dead. The girls and younger women laughed and wept in turn as they welcomed her and her baby. She was a great person. Never had such news as this come among the Shoshones. All were now content to lie for a few days at the Shoshone village. A brisk trade in Indian horses now sprang up. They would be footmen no more. Which way, Sacagawea? Meriwether Lewis once more asked the Indian girl. But now she only shook her head. Not know, said she. These my people. They say big river that way. Not know which way. Now, man, said William Clark, it's my turn again. We have got to learn the best way out from these mountains. If there is a big river below, some of these valleys must run down to it. Their waters probably flow to the Columbia. The Indians talk of salmon and of white men. They have heard of goods which must have been made by white men. We are in touch with the Pacific here. I'll get a guide and explore off to the southwest. It looks better there. No good, insisted Sacagawea. That way no good. My brother say go that way. She pointed to the north and insisted that the party should go in that direction. For 100 miles, Clark scouted down the headwaters of the Salmon River, and at last turned back to report that neither horse nor boat ever could get through. At the Shoshone village, uneasy, the men were waiting for him. That way, said Sacagawea, still pointing north. The Indian guide, who had served Clark unwillingly, at length admitted that there was a trail leading across the mountains far up to the northward. We will go north, said Lewis. They cached under the ashes of their campfire such remaining articles as they could leave behind them. They had now a band of 50 horses, partly mounted, mostly on foot, their half-wild horses burdened. They set out once more under the guidance of an old Shoshone, who said he knew the way. Charbonneau wanted to remain with the Shoshones, and to keep with him Sacagawea, his wife, so recently reunited to her people. No, said Sacagawea, I no go back. I go with the white chief to the water that tastes salt. And it was so ordered. Their course lay along the eastern side of the lofty Bitterroot Mountains. The going was rude enough, since no trail had ever been here. But mile after mile, day after day, they stumbled through to some point on ahead which none knew except the guide. They came on a new tribe of Indians, Flatheads, who were as amazed and curious as the Shoshones had been at the coming of these white men. They received the explorers as friends, asked them to tarry, told them how dangerous it was to go into the mountains. But haste was the order of the day, and they left the Flatheads, rejoicing that these also told of streams to the westward, up which the salmon came. They had heard of white men, too, to the west, many years before. Down the beautiful valley of the Bitterroot River, with splendid mountains on either side, they pressed on. And on the 9th of September, 1805, they stopped at the mouth of a stream coming down from the heights to the west. Their old guide pointed up this valley. There is a trail, said he, which comes across here. The Indians come to reach the buffalo.
On the farther side, the water runs toward the sunset.
They were at the eastern extremity of that ancient trail, later called the Lolo Trail, known immemorially to the tribes on both sides of the mountains. Laboriously, always pressing forward, they ascended the eastern slopes of the Great Range, crossed the summit, found the clear waters on the west side, and so came to the Kuskuski or Clearwater River, leading to the Snake. And always the natives marveled at these white men, the first they ever had seen. The old Indians still made maps on the sand for them, showing them how they would come to the great river where the salmon came. They were now among yet another people, the Nez Perce. With these also they smoked and counseled, and learned that it would be easy for boats to go all the way down to the great river, which ran to the sea.
"We will leave our horses here," said Lewis. "We will take to the boats once more."
So Gass and Bratton and Shields and all the other artisans fell to fashioning dugouts from the tall pines and cedars, hewing and burning and shaping, until at length they had transports for their scanty store of goods. By the first week of October, they were at the junction of their river with the Snake. An old medicine man of the Nez Perce, Twisted Hair, a man who also could make maps, had drawn them charts on a white skin with a bit of charcoal. And on ahead, mountain runners of the Indians rushed down to inform the tribes of the coming of these strange people. It was no longer an exploration, but a reception for them now. Bands of red men who welcomed them had heard of white men coming up from the sea. White men had once lived by the Tim water on the great river of the salmon, so they had been told. But never had any living Indian heard of white men coming across the great mountains from the sunrise.
"Will," said Lewis, "it is done. We are safe now. We shall be first across to the Columbia. This," he shook the Nez Perce scrawled hide, "is the map of the New World."
End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Trail's End. Where lately had been gloom and despair, there now reigned joy and confidence. With the great mountains behind them, and this new, pleasant, and gentle land all around them, the spirits of the men rose buoyantly. They could float easily down the strong current of the Great Snake River, laboring but little, if at all. They made long hours every day, and by the middle of autumn they saw ahead of them a yet grander flood than that of the noble river which was bearing them. At last they had found the Columbia. They had found what Mackenzie never found, what Fraser was not to find, that great river, now to be taken over with every right of double discovery by these messengers of the young republic. How swelled their hearts when at last they knew this truth, unescapable, incontrovertible. It was theirs. They had won. The men had grown reckless now. Cruzat, Labiche, Drouillard, all the adventurers, sang as they traveled, gayer and more gay from day to day. Always the landscape had fascinating interest for them in its repeated changes. They were in a different world.
No one had seen the mountains which they saw. The Rockies, the Bitterroots, these they had passed, and now they must yet pass through another range, this time not by the toilsome process of foot or horse travel, but on the strong flood of the river. The Columbia had made a trail for them through the Cascades. Down the stormy rapids they plunged exulting. Mount Hood, St. Helens, Rainier, Adams, all the lofty peaks of the great Cascades, so named at a later date, appeared before them, around them, behind them, as they swung into the last lap of their wild journey and headed down toward the sea. Cruzat, Le Biche, Drouillard, all you others, time now indeed for you to raise the song of the old voyagers. None have come so far as you. Your paddles are wrinkling new waters. You are brave men, every one, and yours is the reward of the brave. Soon, so said the Indians, they would come to ships, canoes with trees standing in them, on which teepees were hung. Me, said Cruzat, I never in my whole life was seen a sheep. I will be glad for see one now. But they found no ship anywhere in the lower Columbia. All the shores were silent, deserted. No vessel lay at anchor. Before them lay the empty river, wide as a sea, and told no tales of what had been. They were alone, in the 3rd year out from home. Thousands of leagues they had traveled, and must travel back again. Here they saw many gulls. As to Columbus, these birds had meant land. To our discoverers, they meant the sea. 40 miles below the last village they saw it, rolling in solemn, white-topped waves beyond the bar. Every paddle ceased at its work, and the boats lay tossing on the incoming waves. There was the end of the great trail. Yonder lay the Pacific. Meriwether Lewis turned and looked into the eyes of William Clark, who sat at the bow of the next canoe. Each friend nodded to the other. Neither spoke. The lips of both were tight. "The big flag, Sergeant Gass," said Lewis. They turned ashore. There had been 4 mess fires at each encampment thus far, those of the 3 sergeants and that of the officers. But now, as they huddled on the wet beach on which they disembarked, the officers ordered the men to build but one fire, and that a large one. Grouped about this they all stood, ragged, soaked, gaunt, unkept, yet the happiest company of adventurers that ever followed a long trail to its end. "Men," said Meriwether Lewis at length, "we have now arrived at the end of our journey. In my belief, there has never been a party more loyal to the purpose on which it has been engaged. Without your strength and courage, we could not have reached the sea. It is my wish to thank you for Mr. Jefferson, the President of the United States, who sent us here. If at any time one of you has been disposed to doubt or to resent conditions which necessarily were imposed, let all that be forgotten. We have done our work. Here we must pass the winter. In the spring we will make quick time homeward." They gave him 3 cheers, and 3 for Captain Clark. York gave expression to his own emotions by walking about the beach on his hands. "And the confounded ships are all gone back to sea," grumbled Patrick Gass. "I've been aching for days to get here, in the hopes of finding some sailor man I'd like to thrash. And here is no one at all, at all." "Will," said Meriwether Lewis after a time, pulling out the inevitable map, I wonder where it was that Alexander Mackenzie struck the Pacific 12 years ago. It must have been far north of here. We have come around 47 degrees of longitude west from Washington, and something like 9 degrees north unite with France or Spain, on the south to known exploration by land. We have driven the wedge home. Never again can Great Britain on the north unite with France or Spain on the south to threaten our western frontier. If they dispute the title we purchased from Napoleon, they can never deny our claim by right of discovery. This, I say, solidifies our republic. We have done the work given us to do.
Yes, grinned William Clark, standing on one leg and warming his wet moccasin sole at the fire. And I wonder where that other gentleman, Mr. Simon Fraser, is just now. They could not know that Fraser, the trader who was their rival in the great race to the Pacific, was at that time snowbound in the Rockies more than 1,000 miles north of them. 3 years after the time when this little band of adventurers stood in the rain at the mouth of the Columbia, Fraser, at the mouth of the river named after him, heard of white men who had come to the ocean somewhere far to the south. Word had passed up the coast among the native tribes of men who had white skins and who had with them a black man with curly hair.
"That's Lewis and Clark," said Simon Fraser. "They were at the Mandan villages. We are beaten."
So now, the largest flag left to Lewis and Clark floated by the side of a single fire on the wet beach on the north shore of the Columbia. Here a rude bivouac was pitched, while the leaders finished their first hasty investigation along the beach. "There's little to attract us here," said William Clark. "On the south shore, there is better shelter for our winter camp." So they headed their little boats across the wide flood of the Columbia. It was now December of the year 1805. Fort Clatsop, as they called their new stockade, was soon in process of erection. 7 splendid cabins, built of the best working wood these men had ever seen. A tall stockade with a gate, such as their forefathers had always built in any hostile country. While some worked, others hunted, finding the elk abundant. More than 100 elk and many deer were killed, and having nothing better, they now set to work to tan the hides of elk and deer, and to make new clothing. As to civilized equipment, they had little left. About 400 pairs of moccasins they made that winter, Sacagawea presiding over the moccasin boards and teaching the men to sew. Clark, the indefatigable, a natural geographer, completed the remarkable series of maps which so fully established the accuracy of their observations and the usefulness of the voyage across the continent. Lewis kept up his records and extended his journals. All were busy, all happier than they had been since their departure from the East. Christmas was once more celebrated to the tune of the Frenchman's fiddle. Came New Year's Day also, and by the time the stockade was finished, the gate was up. The men were ready for any fortune which might occur. "Pretty soon, by and by," said the voyagers, "we will run on the river for home once more." Even Sacagawea, having fulfilled her great ambition of looking out over the sea which tasted of salt, said that she too would be content to go back to her people. "We must leave a record, Will," said Lewis one day, looking up from his papers. "We must take no chances of the results of our exploration not reaching Washington. Should we be lost among the tribes east of here, perhaps some ship may take that word to Mr. Jefferson." So now, between them, they formulated that famous announcement to the world, which, 1 year after their safe arrival home overland, the ships brought around by Cape Horn, to advise the world that a transcontinental path had been blazed. The object of this list is that through the medium of some civilized person who may see the same, it may be known to the world that the party consisting of the persons whose names are hereunto annexed, and who were sent out by the government of the United States to explore the interior of the continent of North America, did penetrate the same by the way of the Missouri and Columbia rivers, to the discharge of the latter into the Pacific Ocean, where they arrived on the 14th day of November, 1805, and departed the 23rd day of March, 1806, on their return trip to the United States by the same route by which they had come out. This, so soon as they knew their starting date, they signed, each of them, and copies were made for posting here and there in such places as naturally would be discovered by any mariners coming in. And today we, who can glibly list the names of the multimillionaires of America, cannot tell the names of more than 2 of those 31 men, each of whom should be an immortal. "Boats now, Will," said Meriwether Lewis. "We must have boats against our start in the spring. These canoes which brought us down from the Kuskuski were well enough in their way, but will not serve for the upstream journey. Again, we must lift up the entire party against the current of a great river. Get some of the Indian sea-going canoes, Will. Their lines are easier than those of our dugouts." Need was for skillful trading now on the part of William Clark, for eager as the natives were for the white men's goods, scant store of them remained. All the fishhooks were gone, most of the beads, practically all the hats and coats which once had served so well. When at length Clark announced that he had secured a fine Chinook canoe, there remained for all the return voyage, thousands of miles among the Indians, only a half-dozen blankets, a few little trinkets, a hat, and a uniformed coat. "You could tie up all the rest in a couple of handkerchiefs," said William Clark, laughing, "but such as it is, it must last us back to St. Louis, or at least to our caches on the Missouri." "How is your salt, Will?" asked Lewis, "and your powder?" "In fine shape," was the reply. "We have put the new-made salt in some of the empty canisters. There's plenty of powder and lead left, and we can pick up more as we reach our caches going eastward. With what dried meat we can lay up from the elk here, we ought to make a good start." Thus they planned, these 2 extraordinary young men, facing a transcontinental journey of 4,000 miles, with no better equipment than the rifles which had served them on their way out. As for their followers, all the discontent and doubt had given way to an implicit faith. All seemed well fed and content, save one, the man on whose shoulders had rested the gravest responsibility, the man in whose soul had been born the vision of this very scene. "What is the matter with you, man?" grumbled his more buoyant companion. "Are you still carrying all the weight of the entire world?" Lewis turned upon his friend with the same patient smile. Both were conscious that between them there was growing a thin, impermeable veil, something mysterious, the only barrier which ever had separated these 2 loyal souls. Sacagawea, the Indian girl, was as keen-eyed as the red-headed chief. In the new boldness that she had learned in her position as general pet of the expedition, she would sometimes talk to the chief reproachfully. "Captain," she said one day, "what for you no laugh? What for you no eat? What for you all time think, think, think? See," she extended a hand, "I make you some more moccasins. I got picture your foot. These fit plenty good." "Thank you, bird woman," said Lewis, rousing himself.
Without you, we would not be here today. What can I give you in return for all that, in return for these?"
He took the pair of handsomely stitched moccasins, dangling them by the strings over one finger, but even as he did so, the old brooding melancholy fell upon him once more. He sat, forgetful of the girl's presence, staring moodily at the fire. Sacagawea, grieving like a little child, stole silently away. Why did Meriwether Lewis never laugh? Why did he always think? Why had there grown between him and his friend that thin, indefinable reserve? He was hungry for another message out of the sky, another gift of manna in the wilderness. Who had brought those mysterious letters? Whoever he was, why did he not bring another? Were they all done? Should he never hear from her again? End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Summons. The winter was wearing away. The wild fowl were passing northward, landward. The game had changed its haunts. March was coming, the month between the seasons for the tribes, the time of want, the leanest period of the year. Meriwether Lewis, alone one morning in the comfortable cabin which served as a house for himself and his friend, sat pondering on these things, as was his wont. His little Indian dog, always his steady companion, had taken its place on the top of the flatted stump which served as a desk, near the maps and papers which Lewis had pushed away. Here the small creature sat, motionless, mute, its eyes fixed adoringly upon its master. The captain did not notice it. He did not at first hear the rap on the door, nor the footfall of the man who entered inquiringly. "Yes, Sergeant Ordway," said he presently, looking up. Ordway saluted. "Something for you, sir. It seems to be a letter." "A letter? How could that be?" "That is the puzzle, sir," said Ordway, extending a folded and sealed bit of paper. "We do not know how it came. Charbonneau's wife, the Indian woman, found it in the baby's hammock just now. She brought it to me, and I saw it was addressed to you. It must have been overlooked by you some time." Possibly, said Lewis. His face was growing pale. "That is all, I think, Sergeant," he added. Now alone, he turned toward the letter which lay upon the table. His face lighted with a wondrous smile, though none might see it, save the little dog which watched his every movement. For Meriwether Lewis had received once more the thing for which every fiber of his being clamored. He knew, without one look, that the number scratched in the wax of the seal would be the figure 4. He opened the letter slowly. There fell from it a square of stiff white paper. All white, he thought, until he turned it over. Then he saw it looking up at him. Her face, indeed. It was a little silhouette in black, done in that day before the camera, when small portraits were otherwise well nigh impossible. The artist, skilled as were many in this curious form of portraiture, had done his work well. Lewis gazed with a sudden leap of his pulses upon the features outlined before him, the profile so cleanly cut and lofty, the hair low over the forehead, the chin round and firm, yet delicate and womanly withal.
Here, even the long lashes of her eyes were visible, just as in life. Yes, it was her face! And now he read the letter, which covered many closely written sheets. Meriwether Lewis, I said to you that my face should come to you, wherever you might be. This time it has been long. I cannot tell how long. That is for my messenger to determine, not for you or me. But that it has been long I shall know, else long, since there would have been no need of my adding this letter to the others. Not one of them has served to bring you back. Since you now have this one, let it advise you that she who wrote it is grieved that you gaze upon this little portrait, and not upon the face of her whom it represents. 'Tis a monstrous good likeness, they tell me, but would you not rather it were myself? Where are you? I cannot tell. What adversities have been yours? I cannot tell that. You cannot know what grief you have caused by your long absence. You cannot know how many hearts you have made sad. You cannot know how you have delayed, destroyed plans made for you. We are in ignorance, each of the other, now. I do not know where you are. You do not know where I may be. A great wall arises between us. A great gulf is fixed. We cannot touch hands across it. As I know, this will not move you, but I cannot restrain this reproach. I cannot help telling you that you have made me suffer by your silence, by your absence. Do I make you suffer by looking at you with reproach in my eyes, as I do now? You have forgotten your childhood friend. I may be dead as you read. Would you care? I have been in need, yet you have not come to comfort me and to dry my tears. Figure to yourself what has happened to all my plans and dreams for you. Even I cannot tell of that, because as I write, it all lies in the future. That future which is the present for you as you sit reading this. All I know is that as you read it, my appeal has failed. I can but guess how or where these presents may find you. For how shall I know how wise or how faithful my messenger has been? Are you on the prairie still, Meriwether Lewis? Is it winter? Does the snow lie deep? Are the winds keen and biting? Are you well fed? Are you warm? Have you bodily comforts? Have you physical well-being? How can I answer all these questions? Yet they come to my mind as I write. Are you in the mountains? Were there, after all, those great stony mountains of which men told fables? Have you found the great unicorn or the mammoth or the mastodon which Mr. Jefferson said you were likely to meet? Have you found the dinosaur or the dragon or the great serpents of a foregone day? Suppose you have. What do they weigh with me, with you? Are they so much to you as you thought they would be? Is the taste of all your triumphs so sweet as you have dreamed, Meriwether Lewis? Have you grown savage, my friend? Have you come to be just a man like the others? Tell me. No, I will not ask you. If I thought you could descend to the lawless standard of the wilderness, but no, I cannot think of that. In any case, 'tis too late now. You have not come back to me. You see, I am writing not so much to implore you to return as to reproach you for not returning. By the time this reaches you, it will be too late in our plans. We could not afford to wait months, 3 months, 4, 6. Has it been so long as that since you left us? If so, It is too late now. If we have failed, why did we fail? They told me, my father and his friends, and I told you plainly, that if your expedition went on, then our plan must fail. But now I must presume that you have succeeded, or by this time are beyond the feeling of either success or failure. If you have failed, it is too late for us to succeed. If you have succeeded, then certainly we have failed. As you read this, you may be doing so with hope. I, who wrote it, will be sitting in despair. Meriwether Lewis, come back to me, even so. It will be too late for you to aid me. You will have ruined all our hopes. But yours still will be the task, the duty, to look me in the face and say whether you owe aught to me. Can I forgive you? Why, yes. I could never do aught else than forgive. No matter what you did, I fear I should forgive you, because after all, my own wish in all this. Let me write slowly here and think very carefully. My greatest wish in this, greater than any ambition I had for myself or my family, has been for you. See, I am writing those words. Would I dare tell them to any other man in all the world? Nay, surely not. But that I trust you, the very writing itself is proof. And I write this to you, who never can be to me what a man must be to a woman if either is to be happy. The man to whom I can never be what woman must be if she is to mean all to any man. Apart forever. We are estranged by circumstance, saundered by that, if you please, weak as those words seem. And yet something takes your soul to mine. Does something take mine to you, across all the wilderness, across all the miles, across all the long and bitter months? I say to you once more that in all this my demand upon you has not been for myself, nor wholly for my father. Let me be careful here. This impassable gulf is fixed between us for all our lives. Neither of us may cross it. But I have been desirous to see you stand among men, where you belong. Do not ask me why I wish that. You must never ask me. I am Mrs. Alston, even as I write. And as for you, are you in rags as you read this? Are you cold and hungry? Are you alone, aloof, deserted, perhaps suffering, with none to comfort you? I cannot aid you. Nay, I shall punish you once more, and say that it was your desire, that you brought this on yourself, that you would have it thus, in spite of all my intervention for you. Moreover, you shall say to yourself always, she asked, and I refused her. Nay, nay, I shall not be so cruel. I shall not say that at all. Let me mark that out, because if I write that, you will think I wish to hurt you. And my friend, let me admit the truth I ought not to lay upon you as any secret. I could never wish to hurt you. They say that men far away in the wilderness sometimes long for the sight of the face of a woman. See, now you have that. I look up at you. What is your impulse? I am alone with you. I am in your hands. Treat me, therefore, with honor, I pray you. You must not raise my face to yours, must not bend yours to mine. See now, measure my trust in you, Meriwether Lewis. Estimate the great confidence I hold in you as a gentleman, because, do you not see, A gentleman does not kiss the woman whom he has at a disadvantage, the woman who can never be his, who is another's. Is it not true? Happiness is not for us. We are so far apart. I am sad. Good night, Meriwether Lewis. I, too, have your picture by me, the one you gave me years ago when I was in Virginia. And good night, Meriwether Lewis. Place me apart, far from you in the room. Let my face not look at you direct, but in your heart, your hard heart of a man, intent on dreams, forgetful of all else. Please, please let there linger some small memory of her who dares to write these lines, and who hopes that you never may see them.
End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Abyss. The little Indian dog sat on the table, silent, motionless, looking at its master, whose head was bowed upon his arms. Now and then it had stooped, as if it would have looked in his face, but dared not, if for very excess of love. It turned an inquiring eye to the door, which, after a time, opened. William Clark, silent, stood once more at the side of his friend. He looked on the sad and haggard face which was turned toward him, and fell back. His eye caught sight of the folded paper crushed between Lewis's fingers. He asked no questions, but he knew.
"Enough!" broke out Meriwether Lewis hoarsely. "No more of this! We must be gone! Are the men ready? Why do we delay? Why are we not away for the journey home?"
So impatient, so incoherent did his speech seem, that for a time Clark almost feared lest his friend's reason might have been affected. But he only stood looking at Lewis, ready to be of such aid as he might. "In 2 hours, man," said he, "we will be on our way." It was now near the end of March. They dated and posted up their bulletins. They had done their task. They had found the great river. They had found the sea. They had mapped the way across the new continent. Their glorious work had gloriously been done. Such was their joy at starting home again. The boatmen disregarded the downcoming current of the great waters. They sang at their paddles, jested. Only their leader was silent and unsmiling, and he drove them hard. Short commons they knew often enough before they reached the mouth of the Walla Walla, where they found friendly Indians who gave them horse meat, which seemed exceedingly good food. The Nez Perces, whose country was reached next beyond the Walla Walla, offered guides across the Bitterroots, but now the snow lay deep. The horses could not travel. For weeks they lay in camp on the Koskuski, eating horse meat as the Indians then were doing, waiting, fretting. It was the middle of June before they made the effort to pass the Bitterroots. 60 horses they had now, with abundance of jerked horse meat and a half-dozen Nez Perces guides. By the 3rd of July, just 3 years from the date of the Louisiana Purchase, as it was made known at Mr. Jefferson's Simplicity dinner, they were across the Bitterroots once more, in the pleasant valleys of the eastern slope.
"That way," said Sacagawea, pointing. "Big Falls."
She meant the short cut across the string of the bow, which would lead over the Continental Divide direct to the Great Falls of the Missouri. Both the leaders had pondered over this shortcut, which the Nez Perces knew well.
"We must part, Will," said Meriwether Lewis. "It is our duty to learn all we can of this wonderful country. I will take the Indian trail straight across. Do you go on down the way we came. Pick up our caches above the three forks of the Missouri, and then cross over the mountains to the Yellowstone. Make boats there, and come on down to the mouth of that river. You should precede me there, perhaps by some days. Wait then until I come."
With little more ado, these self-reliant men parted in the middle of the vast mountain wilderness. They planned a later junction of their two parties at the mouth of a river, which then was less known than the Columbia had been, through a pass which none of them had ever seen. Lewis had with him 9 men, among them Sergeant Gass, the 2 field boys, Drouillard and Cruzet, the voyagers. Sacagawea, in spite of her protest, remained with the Clark party, where her wonderful knowledge of the country again proved invaluable. This band advanced directly to the southward by easy and pleasant daily stages.
"That way short path over mountains," said Sacagawea at length at one point of their journey.
She pointed out the Big Hole Trail and what was later known as Clark's Pass over the Continental Divide. They came to a new country, a beautiful valley where the grass was good, but Sacagawea still pointed onward.
"That way," she said. "Find boat, find cache."
She showed them another gap in the hills, as yet unknown, and so led them out by a shortcut directly to the caches on the Jefferson. But they could not tarry long. Boots and saddles again, pole and paddle also, for now some of the men must take to the boats while others brought on the horses. At the Three Forks rendezvous, they made yet other changes, for here the boats must be left. Captain Clark must cross the mountain range to the eastward to find the Yellowstone, of which the Indian girl had told him. "Yonder," she said, not quite a full day's march through a notch in the lofty mountains, they would come to the river, which ran off to the east. Not one of them had ever heard of that gap in the hills. There was no one to guide them through it except the Indian girl, whose memory had hitherto been so positive and so trustworthy. They trusted her implicitly. "That way," she said. Always she pointed on ahead confidently, and always she was right. She was laying out the course of a railroad which one day should come up the Yellowstone and cross here to the Missouri. They found it to be no more than 18 or 20 miles, Sacagawea's extraordinary shortcut between the Missouri and the Yellowstone. They struck the latter river below the mouth of its great cannon, found good timber, and soon were busy felling great cottonwoods to make dugout canoes. 2 of these, some 30 feet in length, when lashed side by side, served to carry all their goods and some of their party. The rest, Pryor, Shannon, Hall, and 1 or 2 others, were to come on down with the horses. The mounted men did well enough until one night the Crows stole all their horses and left them on foot in the middle of the wilderness. Not daunted, they built themselves boats of bullhide, as they had seen Indians do, and soon they followed on down the river. They could not tell how far to the rear of the main boat party. With the marvelous good fortune which attended the entire expedition, they had no accident, and in time they met the other explorers at the mouth of the Yellowstone, after traveling 900 miles on a separate voyage of original discovery. It was on the 8th of August that the last of Clark's boats arrived at the Yellowstone rendezvous. His men felt now as if they were almost at home. The Mandan villages were not far below. As soon as Captain Lewis should come, they would be on their way, rejoicing. Patient, hardy, uncomplaining, they did not know that they were heroes. What of Lewis, then gone so long? He and his men were engaged in the yet more dangerous undertaking of exploring the country of the dreaded Blackfeet, known to bear arms obtained from the northern traders. They reached the portage of the Great Falls without difficulty, and eagerly examined the caches which they had left there. Now they were to divide their party. "Sergeant Gass," said Captain Lewis, "I am going to leave you here. You will get the baggage in the boats below the falls and take passage on down the river. 6 of you can attend to that. I shall take Drouillard and the field boys with me and strike off toward the north and east, where I fancy I shall find the upper portion of Maria's River. When you come to the mouth of that river, which you will remember some of you held to be the real Missouri, you will go into camp and wait for us. You will remain there until the first day of September. If by that time we have not returned, you will pass on down the Missouri to Captain Clark's camp at the mouth of the Yellowstone and go home with him. By that time, it will have become evident that we shall not return. I plan to meet you at the mouth of Maria's River somewhere about the beginning of August." They parted, and it was almost by a miracle that they ever met again. For now the perils of the wilderness asserted themselves even against the marvelous good fortune which had thus far attended them. Hitherto, practically all the tribes met had been friendly, but now they were in the country of the dreaded Blackfeet, who by instinct and training were hostile to all whites coming in from the south and east. A party of these warriors was met on the second day of their northbound journey from the Missouri River. Lewis gave the Indians such presents as he could, and as was his custom, told them of his purpose in traveling through the country. He showed no fear of them, although he saw his own men outnumbered 10-1. The two parties, the little band of white men and the far more numerous band of Blackfeet, lay down to sleep that night in company. But the Blackfeet were unable to resist the temptation to attain sudden wealth by seizing the horses and guns of these strangers. Toward dawn, Lewis himself, confident in the integrity of his guests, and dozing for a time, felt the corner of his robe pulled, felt something spring on his face, heard a noise. His little dog was barking loudly, excitedly. He was more fully awakened by the sound of a shout, and then by a shot. Springing from his robes, he saw Drouillard and both of the field boys on their feet, struggling with the savages, who were trying to wrench their rifles from them. "Curse you! Turn loose of me!" cried Reuben Fields. He fought for a time longer with his brawny antagonist till he saw others coming. Then his hand went to the long knife at his belt, and the next instant the Blackfoot lay dead at his feet. Drouillard wrenched his rifle free and stood off his man for a moment, shouting all the time to his leader that the Indians were trying to get to the horses. Lewis saw the thieves tugging at the picket ropes and hastened into the fray, cursing himself for his own cruelty. The giant Blackfoot engaged him, bull-high shield advanced, battle-axe whirling, but wresting himself free, Lewis fired point-blank into his body, and another Indian fell dead. The Blackfeet found they had met their match. They dropped the picket ropes and ran as fast as they could, jumped into the river, swam across, and so escaped, leaving the little party of whites unhurt, but much disturbed. "Mount, men, hurry!" Lewis ordered. As quickly as they could master the frightened horses, his men obeyed.
With all thought of further exploration ended, they set out at top speed and rode all that day and night as fast as the horses could travel. They had made probably 120 miles when at length they came to the mouth of the Marias River, escaped from the most perilous adventure any of them had had. Here again, by that strange good fortune which seemed to guide them, they arrived just in time to see the canoes of Gas and his men coming down the Missouri. These later had made the grand portage at the falls, had taken up all the cachets, and had brought the contents with them. The stars still fought for the volunteers for the discovery of the West. There was no time to wait. The Blackfeet would be coming soon. Lewis abandoned his horses here. The entire party took to the boats and hurried down the river as fast as they could, paddling in relays, day and night. Gaunt, eager, restless, moody, silent, their leader neither urged his men nor chided them, nor did he refer to the encounter with the Blackfeet. He did not need to, with Drouillard to describe it to them all a dozen times. At times it was necessary for the boats to stop for meat, usually a short errand in a country alive with game, and as was his custom, Lewis stepped ashore one evening to try for a shot at some nearby game, elk, buffalo, antelope, whatever offered. He had with him Cruzet, the one-eyed Frenchman. It was now that fortune frowned ominously almost for the first time. The two had not been gone more than a few minutes when the men remaining at the boat heard a shot, then a cry, and more shouting. Cruzet came running back to them through the bushes, calling out at the top of his voice, "The Capitaine! I've killed him! I've killed the Capitaine! I've shot him!" "What is that you're saying?" demanded Patrick Gas. "If you've done that, you'd be better dead yourself." He reached out, caught Cruzet's rifle, and flung it away from him. "Where is it?" he demanded. Cruzet led the way back. "I see something move on the bushes," said he, "and I shoot. It was not elk. It was the Capitaine. Mon Dieu! What shall we do?" They found Captain Lewis sitting up, propped against a clump of willows, his leggings stripped to the thigh. He was critically examining the path of the bullet, which had passed through the limb. At seeing him still alive, his men gave a shout of joy, and Cruzet received a parting kick from his sergeant. There were actual tears in the eyes of some of the men as they gathered round their commander, tears which touched Meriwether Lewis deeply. "It's all right, men," said he. "Do not be alarmed. Do not reprove the man too much. The sight of a little blood should not trouble you. We are all soldiers. This is only an accident of the trail, and in a short time it will be mended. See, the bone is not broken." They aided him back to the boats and made a bed upon which he might lie, his head propped up so that he could see what lay ahead. Other men completed the evening hunt, and the boats hurried on down the river. The next day found them 50 miles below the scene of the accident. "Sergeant," said Meriwether Lewis, "the natural fever of my wound is coming on. Give me my little war sack yonder. I must see if I can find some medicine." Gas handed him his bag of leather, and Lewis sought in it for a moment. His hand encountered something that crinkled in the touch, crinkled familiarly. For one instant he stopped, his lips compressed as if in bodily pain. It was another of the mysterious letters. Before he opened it, he looked at it, frowning, wondering. Whence came these messages, and how, by whose hand? All of them must have been written before he left St. Louis in May of 1804. Now it was August of 1806.
There was no human agency outside his own party that could have carried them. How had they reached him? What messenger had brought them? He forgot the fever of his wound in another and greater fever which arose in his blood. He was with his men now. Their eyes were on him all the time. What should he do? Cast this letter from him into the river? If he did so, he felt that it would follow him mysteriously, pointing to the corpus delicti of his crime, still insistent on coming to the eye. His men, therefore, saw their leader casually open a bit of paper. They had seen him do such things 1,000 times, since journals and maps were a part of the daily business of so many of them. What he did attracted no attention. Captain Lewis would have felt relieved had it attracted more. Before he read any of the words that lay before him, in the same delicate handwriting that he knew so well, he cast a slow and searching gaze upon the face of every man that was turned toward him. In fact, he held the letter up to view rather ostentatiously, hoping that it would evoke some sign, but he saw none. He had not been in touch with the main party for more than a month. He had with him 9 men. Which of these had secretly carried the letter? Was it Gass, Cruzat, Drouillard, Reuben Fields, or McNeil? He studied their faces alternately. Not an eyelash flickered. The men who looked at him were anxious only for his comfort. There was no trace of guilty knowledge on any of these honest countenances before him, and he who sought such admitted his own failure. Meriwether Lewis lay back on his couch in the boat, as far as ever from his solution of the mystery. After all, mere curiosity as to the nature of that mystery was a small matter. It seemed of more worth to feel, as he did, that the woman who had planned this system of surprises for him was one of no ordinary mind. And it was no ordinary woman who had written the words that he now read. Sir, and my friend, almost I am in despair. This is my 5th letter. You received it, perhaps, some months after your start. I think you would have come back before now, if that had been possible. I had no news of you, and now I dread news. Should you still be gone a year from the time I write this, then I shall know that you were dead. Dead! Yes, I have written that word. The swift thought comes to me that you will never see this at all, that it must, arrive too late. Yet I must send it, even under that chance. I must write it, though it ruin all my happiness. Shall it come to you too late? Others will take it to my husband. Then this secret, the one secret of my life, will be known. I hope this may come to your eyes, your living eyes. But should it not, none the less I must write it. What matter if it should be read by any after your death? That would be too late to make difference with you, or any difference for me. After that I should not care for anything, not even that then others would know what I would none might ever know save you and my Creator, so long as we both still lived. This wilderness which you love, the wilderness to which you fled for your comfort, what has it done for you? Have you found that lonely grave which is sometimes the reward of the adventurer thither? If so, do you sleep well? I shall envy you, if that is true. I swear I often would let that thought come to me, of the vast comfort of the plains, of the mountains, the sweep of the untiring winds, sweet in the trees and grasses,
or the perpetual sound of water passing by, washing out, to the voice of its unending murmurs, all memory of our trails, of our sins. What need now to ask you to come back? What need to reproach you any further? How could I, how can I, with this terrible thought in my soul that I am writing to a man whose eyes cannot see, whose ears cannot hear? Still, what difference, whether or not you be living? Have not your eyes thus far been blind to me? Have not your ears been deaf to me, even when I spoke to you direct? It was the call of your country as against my call. Was ever thinking woman who could doubt what a strong man would do? I suppose I ought to have known. But oh, the longing of a woman to feel that she is something greater in a man's life even than his deeds and his ambitions, even than his labors, even than his patriotism. It is hard for us to feel that we are but puppets in the great game of life, of so small worth to any man. How can we women read their hearts? What do we know of men? I cannot say, though I am a married woman. My husband married me. We had our honeymoon, and he went away about the business of his plantations. Does every girl dream of a continuous courtship and find a dull answer in the facts? I do not know. How freely I write to you, seeing that you are blind and deaf, of that wish of a woman to be the one grand passion of a strong man's life, above all, before even his country. What may once have been my own dream of my capacity to evoke such emotions in the soul of any man I have flung into the scrap heap of my life. The man, the one man, no! What was I saying, Meriwether Lewis, to you but now, even though you were blind and deaf? I must not. Nay, let me dream no more. It is too late now. Living or dead, you are deaf and blind to all that I could ever do for you. But if you be still living, if this shall meet your living eyes, however cold and clear they may be, please remember it was not for myself alone that I took on the large ambitions of which I have spoken to you, the large risk engaged with them. Nay, do not reproach me. Leave me my woman's right to make all the reproaches. I only wanted to do something for you. I have not written so freely to any man in all my life. I could not do so now did I not feel in some strange way that by this time, perhaps at this very time, you are either dead or in some extreme of peril. If I knew that you would see this, I could not write it. As it is, it gives me some relief. It is my confessional. How often does a woman ever confess her own, her inner and real heart? Never, I think, to any man, certainly not to any living, present man. I married. Yes, it seemed the ordinary and natural thing to do, a useful, necessary, desirable thing to do. I should not complain. I did that with my eyes well opened and with full counsel of my father. My eyes well opened, but my heart well closed. I took on my duties as one of the species human, my duties as wife, as head of household, as lady of a certain rank. I did all that, for it is what most women would do. It is the system of society. My husband is content. What am I writing now? Arguing, justifying, defending. Ah, were it possible that you would read this and come back to me, never, though it killed me, would I open my heart to you. I write only to a dead man, I say, to one who can never hear. I write once more to a man who set other things above all that he could have done. Deeds, deeds, what you call your country, your own impulses, these were the things you placed above me. You placed above me this adventuring into the wilderness. Yes, I know what are the real impulses in your man's life. I know what you valued above me. But you are dead. While you lived, I hope your conscience was clean. I hope that never once you have descended to any conduct not belonging to Meriwether Lewis of Virginia. I know that no matter what temptation was yours, you would remember that I was Mrs. Alston, and that you were Meriwether Lewis of Virginia. Nay, I cannot stop. How can you mind my garrulous pen, my vain pen, my wicked, 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 shameful pen, since you cannot see what it says? Ah, I had so hoped once more to see you before it was too late. Should this not reach you, and should it reach others, why let it go to all the world that Theodosia Burr that was, Mrs. Alston of Carolina that is, once ardently importuned a man to join her in certain plans for the betterment of his fortunes as well as her own, and that you did not care to share in those plans. So I failed. And further, let that also go out to the world. I glory in the truth that I have failed. Yes, that at last is the truth at the bottom of my heart. I have searched it to the bottom, and I have found the truth. I glory in the truth that you have not come back to me. There, have I not said all that a woman could say to a man, living or dead? Just as strongly as I have urged you to return, just as strongly I have hoped that you would not return. In my soul I wanted to see you go on in your own fashion, following your own dreams and caring naught for me. That was the Meriwether Lewis I had pictured to myself. I shall glory in my own undoing, if it has meant your success. Holding to your own ambition, keeping your own loyalty, holding your own counsel and your own speech to the end, pushing on through everything to what you have set out to do. That is the man I could have loved. Deeds, deeds, high accomplishments, these in truth are the things which are to prevail. The selfish love of success as success, the love of ease, of money, of power. These are the things women covet from a man, yes, but they are not the things a woman loves in a man. No, it is the stiff-necked man, bound in his own ambition, whom women love, even as they swear they do not. Therefore, do not come back to me, Meriwether Lewis. Do not come. Forget all that I have said to you before. Do not return until you have done your work. Do not come back to me until you can come content. Do not come to me with your splendid will broken. Let it triumph even over the will of a Burr, not used to yielding, not easily giving up anything desired. This is almost the last letter I shall ever write to any man in all my life. I wonder who will read it, you, or all the world perhaps. I wish it might rest with you at the last. Oh, let this thought lie with you as you sleep. You did not come back to me, and I rejoiced that you did not. Tell me, why is it that I think of you lying where the wind is sweet in the trees? Why is it that I think of myself too, lying at last, with all my doubts composed, all my restless ambitions ended, all my foolish dreams answered, in some place where the sound of the unceasing waters shall wash out from the memory of the world all my secrets and all my sins? Always I hear myself crying, I hope I shall not be unhappy, for I do not feel that I have been bad. Adieu, Meriwether Lewis, adieu. I am glad you can never read this. I am glad that you have not come back. I am glad that I have failed.
End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bee.
Captain dear,
said honest Patrick Gass, putting an arm under his wounded commander's shoulders as he eased his position in the boat.
ye are not the man ye was when ye hit me that punch back yonder on the Ohio 3 years ago. Since ye are so weak now, I have a good mind to return it to ye, and with me compliments. 'Tis safer now.
Gass chuckled at his own jest as his leader looked up at him. The boiling current of the great Missouri, bend after bend, vista after vista, had carried them down until at length they had reached the mouth of the Yellowstone and had seen on ahead the curl of blue smoke on the beach, the encampment of their companions who were waiting for them here. These wonderful young men, these extraordinary wilderness travelers, had performed one more miracle. Separated by leagues of wild and unknown land, they met now casually, as though it were only what should be expected. Their feat would be difficult even today. William Clark, walking up and down along the bank, looking ever upstream for some sign of his friend, hurried down to meet the boats and gazed anxiously at the figure lifted in the arms of the men. "What's wrong, man?" he exclaimed. "Tell me." Lewis waved a hand at him in reassurance and smiled as his friend bent above him. "Nothing at all, Will," said he. "Nothing at all. I was playing elk, and Cruzette thought it very lifelike. It is just a bullet through the thigh. The bone is safe, and the wound will soon heal. It is lucky that we are not on horseback now." By marvel, by miracle, the two friends were reunited once more, and surely around the campfires there were stories for all to tell. Sacagawea, the Indian girl, sat listening but briefly to all these tales of adventure, tales not new to one of her birth and education. Silently and without question, she took the place of nurse to the wounded commander. She had herbs of her own choosing, simple remedies, which her people had found good for the treatment of wounds. As if the captain were her child, rather than the forsaken infant who lustily bemoaned his mother's absence from his tripod in the lodge, she took charge of the injured man, until at length he made protest that he was as well as ever, and that they must go on. Again the paddles plied. Again the bows of the canoes turned downstream. It seemed but a short distance thence to the Mandan villages, and once among the Mandans, they felt almost as if they were at home. The Mandans received them as beings back from the grave. The drums sounded, the feast fires were lighted, and for a time the natives and their guests joined in rejoicing. But still, Lewis's restless soul was dissatisfied with delay. He would not wait. "We must get on," said he. "We cannot delay." The boats must start down the last stretch of the great river. Would any of the tribesmen like to go to the far east to see the Great Father? Big White, chief of the Mandans, said his savage prayers.
"I will go," said he. "I will go and tell him of my people. We are poor and weak. I will ask him to take pity on us and protect us against the Sioux."
So it was arranged that Big White and his woman, with Joshua, his wife, and one or two others, should accompany the brigade down the river. Loud lamentations mingled with the preparations for the departure. Sacagawea, what of her? Her husband lived among the Mandans. This was the end of the trail for her, and not the rudest man but was sad at the thought of going on without her. They knew well enough that in all likelihood, but for her, their expedition could never have attained success. Beyond that, each man of them held memory of some personal kindness received at her hands. She had been the life and comfort of the party, as well as its guide and inspiration. "Sacagawea," said Meriwether Lewis, when the hour for departure came, "I am now going to finish my trail. Do you want to go part way with us? I can take you to the village where we started up this river, St. Louis. You can stay there for one snow, until Big White comes back from seeing the Great Father. We can take the baby, too, if you like." Her face lighted up with a strange wistfulness. "Yes, Captain," said she. "I go with Big White, and you." He smiled as he shook his head. "We go farther than that, many sleeps farther. Who shall make the fire? Who shall mend your moccasins? See, there is no other woman in your party. Who shall make tea? Who shall spread down the robes? Me, Mrs. Chabourneau." She drew herself up proudly with this title, but still Meriwether Lewis looked at her sadly, as he stood, lean, gaunt, full-bearded, clad in his leather costume of the plains, supporting himself on his crutch. "Sacagawea," said he, "I cannot take your husband with me. All my goods are gone. I cannot pay him. And now we do not need him to teach us the language of other peoples. From here we can go alone." "All right," said Sacagawea, in pale-face idiom. "Him stay, me go." Meriwether Lewis pondered for a time on what fashion of speech he must employ to make her understand. "Bird woman," said he at length, "you are a good girl. It would pain my heart to see you unhappy. But if you came with me to my villages, women would say, 'Who is that woman there? She has no lodge. She does not belong to any man.' They must not say that of Sacagawea. She is a good woman. Those are not the things your ear should hear. Now I shall tell the Great Father that, but for Sacagawea, we should all have been lost, that we should never have come back again. His heart will be open to those words. He will send gifts to you. Sometime, I believe, the Great Father's sons will build a picture of you in iron, out yonder at the parting of the rivers. It will show you pointing on ahead to show the way to the white men. Sacagawea must never die. She has done too much to be forgotten. Some day the children of the Great Father will take your baby, if you wish, and bring him up in the way of the white men. What we can do for you, we will do. Are my words good in your ears?" "Your words are good," said Sacagawea. "But I go too. No want to stay here now. No can stay." "But here is your village, Sacagawea. This is your home, where you must live. You will be happier here. See now, when I sleep safe at night, I shall say, 'It was Sacagawea showed me the way.' We did not go astray. We went straight. We will not forget who led us." "But," she still expostulated, looking up at him, "how can you cook? How can you make the lodge? One woman, she must help all time." A spasm of pain crossed Lewis's face. "Sacagawea," said he,
I told you that I had made medicine, that I had promised my dream never to have a lodge of my own. Always I shall live upon the trail. No lodge fire in any village shall be the place for me. And I told you I had made a vow to my dream that no woman should light the lodge fire for me. You are a princess, the daughter of a chief, the sister of a chief, a great person. You know about a warrior's medicine. Surely, then, you know that no one is allowed to ask about the vows of a chief. By and by, he added gently, a great many white men will come here, Sacagawea. They will find you here. They will bring you gifts. You will live here long, and your baby will grow to be a man, and his children will live here long. But now I must go to my people. The unwanted tears of an Indian woman were in the eyes which looked up at him. Ah, said she in reproach, I went with you. I cooked in the lodges. I showed the way. I was as one of your people. Now I say I go to your people, and you say no. You need me once. You no need me now? You say to me, your people are not my people. You not need Sacagawea any more? The Indian has no word for goodbye. The faithful, nay, loving girl simply turned away and passed from him. Nor did he ever see her more. Alone, apart from her people, she seated herself on the brink of the bluff, below which lay the boats, ready to depart. She drew her blanket over her head. When at length the voyage had begun, she did not look out once to watch them pass. They saw her motionless figure high on the bank above them. The bird woman was mourning. The little Indian dog, Meriwether Lewis's constant companion, now, like Sacagawea, mercifully banished, sat at her side, as motionless as she. Both of them, mute and resigned, accepted their fate. But as for those others, those hardy men, now homeward bound, they were rejoicing. Speed was the cry of all the lusty paddlers, who, hour after hour, kept the boats hurrying down, aided by the current and sometimes pushed forward by favorable winds. They were upon the last stretch of their wonderful journey. Speed, early and late, was all they asked. They were going home, back over the trail they had blazed for their followers. Capitan! Capitan! Look what I have found! They were halting at noonday, far down the Missouri for the boiling of the kettles. Lewis lay on his robes, still too lame to walk, watching his men as they scattered here and there after their fashion. It was Cruzette who approached him, looking at something which the voyager held in his hand. "What is it, Cruzette?" smiled Lewis. He was anxious always to be as kindly as possible to this unlucky follower, whose terrible mistake had well nigh resulted in the death of the leader. "Ouch, by gar! She'll bite me with his tail. She's hot!" Cruzette held out in his fingers a small but faithful object. It was a bee, an ordinary honey bee. East of the Mississippi, in Illinois, Kentucky, the Virginias, it would have meant nothing. Here on the Great Plains, it meant much. Meriwether Lewis held the tiny creature in the palm of his hand. "Why did you kill it, Cruzette?" he asked. "It was on its errand." He turned to his friend who sat near at the other side. "Will," he said, "our expedition has succeeded. Here is the proof of it. The bee is following our path. They are coming." Clark nodded. Woodsmen as they both were, they knew well enough the Indian tradition that the bee is the harbinger of the coming of the white men. When he comes, the plow soon follows,
and weeds grow where lately have been the flowers of the forest or the prairie. They sat for a time looking at the little insect which bore so fateful a message into the west. Reverently, Lewis placed it in his collector's case, the first bee of the plains. "They are coming," said he again to his friend. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What voice had called? They lay in camp, far down the river, whose flood had borne them on so rapidly. They had passed through the last of the dangerous country of the Sioux, defying the wild bands, whose gauntlet they had to run, but which they had run in safety. Ahead was only what might be called a pleasure journey, to the end of the river trail. The men were happy as they lay about their fires, which glowed dully in the dusk. Each was telling what he presently was going to do when he got his pay at Old St. Louis, not far below. William Clark, weary with the day's labor, had excused himself and gone to his blankets. Lewis, the responsible head of the expedition, alone, aloof, silent, sat moodily looking into his fire, the victim of one of his reoccurring moods of melancholy. He stirred at length and raised himself restlessly. It was not unusual for him to be sleepless, and always, while awake, he had with him the problems of his many duties. But at this hour, something unwontedly disturbing had come to Meriwether Lewis. He turned once more and bent down, as if figuring out some puzzle of a baffling trail. Picking up a bit of stick, he traced here and there, in the ashes at his feet, points and lines, as if it were some problem in geometry. Uneasy, strange of look, now and again he muttered to himself. "Oh!" he exclaimed at length, almost like an Indian, as if in some definite conclusion. He had run his trail to the end, had finished the problem in the ashes. "Ah!" His voice again rumbled in his chest. And now he threw his tracing stick away. He sat, his head on one side, as if looking at some distant star. It seemed that he heard a voice calling to him in the night, so faintly that he could not be sure. His face, thin, gaunt, looked set and hard in the light of his little fire. Something stern, something wistful, too, showed in his eyes, frowning under the deep brows. Was Meriwether Lewis indeed gone mad? Had the hardships of the wilderness at last taken their toll of him, as had sometimes happened to other men? He rose, limping a little, for he still was weak and stiff from his wound, though disdaining staff or crotched bough to lean upon. He looked about him cautiously. The camp was slumbering. Here and there, stirred by the passing breeze, the embers of a little fire glowed like an eye in the dark. The men slept, some under their rude shelters, others in the open under the stars, each rolled in his robe, his rifle under the flap to keep it from the dew. Meriwether Lewis knew the place of every man in the encampment. Ordway, Pryor, Gass, each of the 3 sergeants, slept by his own mess fire, his squad around him. McNeil, Bratton, Shields, Cruzette, Reuben Fields, Goodrich, Whitehouse, Coulter, Shannon, the captain knew where each lay rolled up like a mummy. He had marked each when he threw down his bedroll that night, for Meriwether Lewis was a leader of men, and no detail escaped him. He passed now, stealthy as an Indian, along the rows of sleeping forms. His moccasined foot made no sound. Save for his uniform coat, he was clad as a savage himself, and his alert eye, his noiseless foot, might have marked him one. He sought some one of these, and he knew where lay the man he wished to find. He stood beside him silently at last, looking down at the sleeping figure. The man lay a little apart from the others, for he was to stand second watch that night, and the second guard usually slept where he would not disturb the others when awakened for his turn of duty. This man, he was long and straight in his blankets, and filled them well, suddenly awoke, and lay staring up. He had not been called. No hand had touched him. It was not yet time for guard relief, but he had felt a presence, even as he slept. He stared up at a tall and motionless figure looking down. With a swift movement, he reached for his rifle, but the next instant, even as he lay, his hand went to his forehead in salute. He was looking up into the face of his commander. "Shannon!" He heard a hoarse voice command him. "Get up!" George Shannon, the youngest of the party, sprang out of his bed half-clad. "Captain!" he saluted again. "What is it, sir?" he half-whispered, as if in apprehension. "Put on your jacket, Shannon. Come with me." Shannon obeyed hurriedly. Half-stripped, he stood a fine figure of young manhood himself, lithe, supple, yet developed into rugged strength by his years of labor on the trail. "What is it, Captain?" he inquired once more. They were apart from the others now, in the shadows beyond Lewis's fire. Shannon had caught sight of his leader's countenance, noting the wildness of its look, its drawn and haggard lines. His commander's hand thrust in his face a clutch of papers, folded letters they seemed to be. Shannon could see the trembling of the hand that held them. "You know what I want, Shannon. I want the rest of these. I want the last one of them. Give it to me now." The youth felt on his shoulder the grip of a hand hard as steel. He did not make any answer, but stood dumb, wondering what might be the next act of this man, who seemed half a madman. "5 of them!" he heard the same hoarse voice go on. "There must be another. There must be one more, at least. You have done this. You brought these letters. Give me the last one of them. Why don't you answer?" With sudden and violent strength, Lewis shook the boy as a dog might a rat. "Answer me!" "Captain, I cannot!" broke out Shannon. "What? Then there is another?" "I'll not answer. I'll stand my trial before court-martial, if you please." Again the heavy hand on his shoulder. "There will be no trial," he heard the hoarse voice of his commander saying. "I cannot sleep. I must have the last one. There is another." Shannon laid a hand on the iron wrist. "How do you know?" he faltered. "Why do you think?" "Am I not your leader? Is it not my business to know? I am a woodsman. You thought you had covered your trail, but it was plain. I know you are the messenger who has been bringing these letters to me from her. I need not name her, and you shall not. For what reason you did this, by what plan, I do not know, but I know you did it. You were absent each time that I found one of these letters. That was too cunning to be cunning. You are young, Shannon. You have something to learn. You sing songs, love songs. You write letters, love letters, perhaps. You are Irish. You have sentiment.
There is romance about you. You are the man she would choose to do what you have done. Being a woman, she knew she chose well, but it is my business to read all the signs. Give me that letter. I am your officer. Captain, I will not. I tell you, I cannot sleep. Give it to me, boy, or by heaven, you yourself shall sleep the long sleep here and now. What? You still refuse? Yes, I'll not be driven to it. You say I'm Irish. I am. I'll not give up a woman's secret. It's a question of honor, Captain. There is a woman concerned, as you know. Yes! And I promised her, too. I swear I never planned any wrong to either of you. I would die at your order now, as you know. But you have no right to order this, and I'll not answer. The hand closed at his throat. The boy could not speak, but still Meriwether Lewis growled on at him. Shannon, speak! Why have you kept secrets from your commanding officer? You have begun to tell me. Tell me all! The boy's hand clutched at his leader's wrists. At length, Lewis loosed him. Captain, began the victim, what do you mean? What can I do? I will tell you what I mean, Shannon. I promise to care for you and bring you back safe to your parents. You'll never see your parents again, save on one condition. I trusted you, thought you had special loyalty for me. Was I wrong? On my honor, Captain, the boy broke out. I'd have died for you any time, and I'd do it now. I've worked my very best. You're my officer, my chief. With one movement, Meriwether Lewis flung off the uniform coat that he wore. They stood now, man to man, stripped, and neither gave back from the other. Shannon, said Lewis, I'm not your officer now. I'm going to choke the truth out of you. Will you fight me, or are you afraid? The last cruelty was too much. The boy began to gulp. I'm not afraid to fight, sir. I'd fight any man. But you, no. I'll not do it. Even stripped, you're my commander still. Is that the reason? Not all of it. You're weak, Captain. Your wound has you in a fever. 'Twould not be fair. I could do as I liked with you now. I'll not fight you. I couldn't. What? You will not obey me as your officer, and will not fight me as a man. Do you want to be whipped? Do you want to be shot? Do you want to be drummed out of camp tomorrow morning? By heaven, Private Shannon, one of these choices will be yours. But something of the icy silence of the youth who heard these terrible words gave pause, even to the madman that was Meriwether Lewis now. He halted, his hooked hands extended for the spring upon his opponent. What is it, boy? He whispered at last. What have I done? What did I say? Shannon was sobbing now. Captain, he said, and thrust a hand into the bosom of his tunic. Captain, for heaven's sake, don't do that. Don't apologize to me. I understand. Leave me alone. Here's the letter. There were 6. This is the last. Lewis's strained muscles relaxed. His blazing eyes softened. Shannon, he whispered once more, what have I done? He took the letter in his hand, but did not look at it, although his fingers could feel the seal unbroken. Why did you give it to me now, boy? He asked at length. What changed you? Because it's orders, sir. She ordered me, that is. She asked me to give you these letters at times when you seemed to need them most, when you were sick or in trouble, when anything had gone wrong. We couldn't figure so far on ahead when I ought to give you each one. I had to do my best. I didn't know at first, but now I see that you're sick. You're not yourself. You're in trouble. She told me not to let you know who carried them," he added rather inconsequently. "She said that might end it all. She thought that you might come back." "Come back? When?" "She didn't know. We couldn't any of us tell. It was all a guess. All this about the letters was left to me, to do my best. I couldn't ask you, Captain, or anyone. I don't know what was in the letter, sir, and I don't ask you, for that's not my business. But I promised her." "What did she promise you?" "Nothing. She didn't promise me pay, because she knew I wouldn't have done it for pay. She only looked at me, and she seemed sad. I don't know why. I couldn't help but promise her. I gave her my word of honor, because she said her letters might be of use to you, but that no one else must know that she had written them." "When was all this?" "At St. Louis, just before we started. I reckon she picked me out because she thought I was especially close to you. You know I have been so." "Yes, I know, Shannon. I thought I was doing something for you. You see, she told me that her name must not be mentioned, that no one must know about this because it would hurt a woman's reputation. She thought the men might talk, and that would be bad for you. I could not refuse her. Do you blame me now?" "No, Shannon, no. In all this there is but one to blame, and that is your officer, myself. I did not think there was any harm in my getting the letters to you, Captain. I knew that lady was your friend. I know who she is. She was more beautiful than any woman in St. Louis when we were there. More a lady, somehow. Of course, I'm not an officer or a gentleman. I'm only a boy from the backwoods, and only a private soldier. I couldn't break my promise to her, and I couldn't very well obey your orders unless I did. If I've broken any of the regulations, you can punish me. You see, I held back this letter. I gave it to you now because I had the feeling that I ought to, that she would want me to. It is the fever, sir." "Aye, the fever." Silence fell as they stood there in the night. The boy went on, half trembling. Please, Captain Lewis, don't call me a coward. I don't believe I am. I was trying to do something for you, for both of you. It was always on my mind about these letters. I did my best, and now—" And now it was the eye of Meriwether Lewis that suddenly was wet. It was his voice that trembled. "Boy," said he, "I am your officer. Your officer asks your pardon. I have tried myself. I was guilty. Will you forget this?" "Not a word to a soul in the world, Captain," broke out Shannon. "About a woman, you see, we do not talk." "No, Mr. Shannon. About a woman, we gentlemen do not talk. But now tell me, boy, what can I do for you? What could I ever do for you?" "Nothing in the world, Captain, but just one thing." "What is it?" "Please, sir, tell me that you don't think me a coward." "A coward? No, Shannon. You are the bravest fellow I ever met." The hand on the boy's shoulder was kindly now. The right hand of Captain Meriwether Lewis sought that of Private George Shannon. The madness of the trail, of the wilderness, the madness of absence and of remorse had swept by, so that Lewis once more was officer, gentleman, just and generous man. Shannon stooped and picked up the coat that his captain had cast from him. He held it up and aided his commander again to don it. Then, saluting, he marched off to his bivouac bed. From that day to the end of his life, no one ever heard George Shannon mention a word of this episode. Beyond the two leaders of the party, none of the expedition ever knew who had played the part of the mysterious messenger, nor did anyone know later
Whence came the funds which eventually carried George Shannon through his schoolings in the East, through his study for the bar, and into the successful practice which he later built up in Kentucky's largest city. Meriwether Lewis, limp and lax now, shivering in the chill under the reaction from his excitement, turned away, stepped back to his own lodge, and contrived a little light, after the frontier fashion, a rag wick in a shallow vessel of grease. With this uncertain aid, he bent down closer to read the finely written lines, which ran, "My friend, this is my last letter to you. This is the one I have marked number 6, the last one for my messenger. Yes, since you have not returned, now I know you never can. Rest well then, sir, and let me be strong to bear the news when at length it comes, if it ever shall come. Let the winds and the water sound your requiem in that wilderness which you loved more than me, which you loved more than fame and fortune, honor or glory for itself. The wilderness, it holds you, and for me, when at last I come to lay me down, I hope too, some wilderness of wood or waters will be around me with its vast silences. After all, what is life? Such a brief thing, little in it but duty done well and faithfully. I know you did yours while you lived. I have tried to do mine. It has been hard for me to see what was duty. If I knew as absolute truth that conviction now in my heart, that you never can come back, how then could I go on? Meriwether, Mairn, Mairn, I have been calling to you. Have you not heard me? Can you not hear me now, calling to you across all the distances to come back to me? I cannot give you up to the world, because I have loved you so much for myself. It was a cruel fate that parted us. More and more I know that, even as more and more I resolve to do what is my duty. But oh, I miss you. Come back to me, to one who never was and never can be, but is. Yours, Theodosia." It took him long to read this letter. At last his trembling hand dropped the creased and broken sheets. The guttering light went out. The men were silent, sleeping near their fires. The peace of the great plains lay all about. She had said it, had said that last fated word. Now indeed he knew what voice had called to him across the deeps. He reflected now that all these messages had been written to him before he left her, and that when he saw her last she was standing, tears in her eyes, outraged by the act of the man whom she had trusted, nay, whom she had loved. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The News. A horseman rode furiously over the new road from Fort Bellefontaine to St. Louis village. He carried news. The expedition of Lewis and Clark had returned. Yes, these men, so long thought lost, dead, were coming even now with their own story, with their proofs. The boats had passed Charette, had passed Bellefontaine, and presently would be pulling up the river to the waterfront of St. Louis itself. "Run, boys!" cried Pierre Chateau to his servants. "Call out the people! Tell them to ring the bells! Tell them to fire the guns at the fort yonder! Captain Lewis and Clark have come back again! Those who are dead!" The little settlement was afire upon the instant.
laughing, talking, ejaculating, weeping in their joy. The people of St. Louis hurried out to meet the men whose voyage meant so much. At last they saw them coming, the paddles flashing in unison in the horny hands which tirelessly drove the boats along the river. They could see them, men with long beards, clad in leggings of elk hide, moccasins of buffalo and deer, their headdresses those of the Indians, their long hair braided. And see, in the prow of the foremost craft sat two men side by side. Lewis and Clark, the two friends who had arisen as if from the grave. "Present arms!" rang out a sharp command as the boats lined up along the wharf. The brown and scarred rifles came to place. "Aim! Fire!" The volley of salutations blazed out even with the chorus of the voyagers' cheers. And cheers repeated and unceasing greeted them as they stepped from their boats to the wharf. In an instant, they were half overpowered. "Come with me!" "No, with me!" "With me!" A score of eager voices of the first men of St. Louis claimed the privilege of hospitality for them. It was almost by force that Pierre Chateau bore them away to his castle on the hill. And always questions came upon them, ejaculations, exclamations. "Ma foi!" exclaimed more than one pretty French maiden. "Such men, such splendid men, savages, yet white. See, see!" They had gone away as youths, these two captains. They had come back men. 4,000 miles out and back they had gone, over a country unmapped, unknown. And they brought back news of great new lands. Was it any wonder that they stood now, grave and dignified, feeling almost for the first time the weight of what they had done? They passed over the boat landing and across the wharf, approaching the foot of the rocky bluff above which lay the long street of St. Louis. Silent, as was his wont, Meriwether Lewis had replied to most of the greetings only with the smile which so lightened up his face. But now, suddenly, he ceased even to smile. His eye rested not upon the faces of those acclaiming friends, but upon something else beyond them. Yes, there it was, the old fur shed, the storage house of the traders here on the wharf, just as he had left it 2 years before. The door was closed. What lay beyond it? Lewis shuddered, as if caught with chill as he looked at yonder door. Just there she had stood, more than 2 years ago, when he started out on this long journey. There he had kissed that face which he had left in tears. He saw it now. All the glory of his safe return, all the wonderful results which it must mean, he would have given now, could he have had back that picture for a different making. "My matches, my thermometers, my instruments, how did they perform?" The speaker was Dr. Surgrain, eager to meet again his friends. "Perfect, Doctor, perfect. We have some of the matches yet. As to the thermometers, we broke the last one before we reached the sea." "You found the sea? Mon Dieu!" "We've found the Pacific. We've found the Columbia, the Yellowstone, many new rivers. We have found a new continent, made a new geography. We passed the head of the Missouri. We found 3 great mountain ranges. The beaver. Did you find the beaver yonder?" demanded the voice of a swarthy man who had attended them. It was Manuel Liza, fur trader,
his eyes glowing in his interest in that reply.
Beaver, William Clark waved a hand. How many I could not tell you. Thousands and millions. More beaver than ever were known in the world before. Millions of buffalo, elk in droves. Bears, such as you never saw. Antelope, great horned sheep, otters, muskrat, mink. The greatest fur country in all the world. We could not tell you half.
Your men, will they be free to make return up the river with trading parties?
William Clark smiled at the keenness of the old French trader. You could not possibly have better men, said he. The men themselves shook their heads in despair. Yes, they said, they had found 1,000 miles of country ready to be plowed. They had found any quantity of hardwood forests and pine groves. They had seen rivers packed with fish until they were half solid, more fish than ever were in all the world before. They had found great rivers which led far back to the heart of the continent. They had seen trees larger than any man ever had seen, so large that they hardly could be felled by an axe. They had found a country where in the winter men perished, and another where the winters were not cold, and where the bushes grew high as trees. They had found all manner of new animals never known before. In short, a new world. How could they tell of it?
Captain, inquired Chateau at length, your luggage, your boxes, where are they?
Meriwether Lewis pointed to a skin parfleece and a knotted bandana handkerchief which George Shannon carried for him.
That is all I have left, said he. But the mail for the East, the mail, Mr. Chateau. We must get word to the President. The President has long ago been advised of your death, said Chateau, laughing. All the world has said goodbye to you. No doubt you can read your own obituaries. We bring them better news than that. What news for us? Asked the two captains of their host. News? The voluble Frenchman threw up his hands. Nothing but news. The entire world has changed since you left. I could not tell you in a month. The Boer duel.
Yes, we did not know of it for 2 years, said William Clark. We have just heard about it upriver.
The killing of Mr. Hamilton ended the career of Colonel Burr, said Chateau. But for that, we might have different times here in Mississippi. He had many friends, but you have heard the last news regarding him.
It was the dark eye of Meriwether Lewis which now compelled his attention.
No? Well, he came out here through this country once more. He was arrested last summer on the Natchez Trace and carried off to Washington. The charge is treason against his government. The country is full of it. His trial is to be at Richmond. Even now it may be going on.
He did not notice the sudden change in Meriwether Lewis's face.
And all the world is swimming in blood across the sea, went on their garrulous informant. Napoleon and Great Britain are at war again. Were it not so, one or the other of them would be at the gates of New Orleans. That is sure. This country is still disconnected. There was much in the plan of Colonel Burr to separate this valley into a country of its own, independent, to force a secession from the Republic, even though by war on the flag. Indeed, he was prepared for that, but now his conspiracy is done. Perhaps, however, you do not hold with the theory of Colonel Burr. Hold with the theory of Colonel Burr, sir? Exclaimed the deep voice of Meriwether Lewis. Hold with it? This is the first time I have known what it was. It was treason. If he had any join him, that was in treason. He sought to disrupt this country. Agree with him. What is this you tell me? I had never dreamed such a thing as possible of him." "He had many friends," went on Chateau. "Very many friends. They are scattered even now all up and down this country. Men who will not give up their cause. All those men needed was a leader." "But, Mr. Chateau," rejoined Lewis, "I do not understand. I cannot. What Colonel Burr attempted was an actual treason to this republic. I find it difficult to believe that." Chateau shrugged his shoulders. "There may be two names for it," he said. "And every one asked to join the cause was asked to join in treason to his country? Is it not so?" Lewis went on. "There may be two names for it," smiled the other, still shrugging. "He was my friend," said Meriwether Lewis. "I trusted him." "Always, I repeat, there are two names for treason. But what puzzles me is this," Chateau continued. "What halted the cause of Colonel Burr here in the West? He seemed to be upon the point of success. His organization was complete. His men were in New Orleans. He had great lands purchased as a rendezvous below. He had understandings with foreign powers, that is sure. Well, then, here is Colonel Burr at St. Louis, all his plans arranged. He is ready to march, to commence his campaign, to form this valley into a great kingdom, with Mexico as part of it. He was a man able to make plans, believe me. But all of this there comes nothing. Why? At the last point, something failed. No one knew what. He waited for something. No one knew what. Something lacked. No one can tell what. And all the time, this is most curious to me, I learned it through others. Colonel Burr was eager to hear something of the expedition of Lewis and Clark into the West. Why? No one knows. Does no one know?" The captain did not speak, and Chateau presently went on. "Why did Colonel Burr hesitate? Why did he give up his plans here? Why, indeed, did he fail? You ask me why these things were. I say, it was because of you, messieurs, you two young men, with your Lewis and Clark expedition. It was you who broke the Burr conspiracy, for so they call it in these days. Messieurs, that is your news."
End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guests of a Nation. "Attention, men!" The company of volunteers for the discovery of the West fell into line in front of the stone fortress of old St. Louis. A motley crew they looked in their half-savage garb. They were veterans, fit for any difficult undertaking in the wilderness. Shoulder to shoulder they had labored in the great enterprise. Now they were to disband. Their leaders had laid aside the costume of the frontier and assumed the uniforms of officers in the Army of the United States. Fresh from his barber and his tailor, Captain Lewis stood, tall, clean-limbed, immaculate, facing his men. His beard was gone. His face showed paler where it had been reaped. His hair, grown quite long and done now in formal queue, hung low upon his shoulders. In every line a gentleman, an officer, and a thoroughbred, he no longer bore any trace of the wilderness. Love, confidence, admiration, these things showed in the faces of his men as their eyes turned to him. "Men," said he, "you are to be mustered out today."
there will be given to each of you a certificate of service in this expedition. It will entitle you to 320 acres of land to be selected where you like west of the Mississippi River. You will have double pay in gold as well. But it is not only in this way that we seek to show appreciation of your services. We have concluded a journey of considerable length and importance. Between you and your officers, there have been such relations as only could have made successful a service so extraordinary as ours has been. In our reports to our own superior officers, we shall have no words save those of praise for any of you. Our expedition has succeeded. To that success, you have all contributed. Your officers thank you. Captain Clark will give you your last command, men. As I say farewell to you, I trust I may not be taken to mean that I separate myself from you in my thoughts or memories. If I can ever be of service to any of you, you will call upon me freely.
He turned and stepped aside. His place was taken by his associate, William Clark, likewise a soldier, an officer, properly attired, and all the figure of a proper man. Clark's voice rang sharp and clear. Attention! Aim! Fire! Break ranks! March! The last volley of the gallant little company was fired. The last order had been given and received. With a sweep of his drawn sword, Captain Clark dismissed them. The expedition was done. So now they went their way, most of them into oblivion, great though their services had been. For their officers, much more remained to do. The progress to Washington was a triumph. Everywhere their admiring countrymen were excited over their marvelous journey. They were feted and honored at every turn. The country was ringing with their praises from the Mississippi to the Atlantic as the news spread eastward just ahead of them. When at last they finished their adieu to the kindly folk of St. Louis, who scarce would let them go, they took boat across the river to the old Kaskaskia Trail and crossed the Illinois country by horse to the falls of the Ohio, where the family of William Clark awaited him. Here was much holiday, be sure, but not even here did they pause long, for they must be on their way to meet their chief at Washington. Their little cavalcade, growing larger now, passed on across Kentucky, over the Gap in the Cumberlands, down into the country of the Virginia gentry. Here again they were feted and dined and wined so long as they would tarry. It was specially difficult for them to leave Colonel Hancock at Fincastle. Here they must pause and tell how they had named certain rivers in the West, the one for Maria Woods, another for Judith Hancock, the Marias and Judith rivers of our maps today. Here William Clark delayed yet a time. He found in the charms of the fair Judith herself somewhat to give him pause. Soon he was to take her as his bride down the Ohio to yonder town of St. Louis, for whose fame he had done so much and was to do so much more. Toward none of the fair maids who now flocked about them could Meriwether Lewis be more than smiling gallant, though rumors ran that either he or William Clark might well nigh take his pick. He was alike to all of them in his courtesy. One thought of eager and unalloyed joy rested with him. He was soon to see his mother. In time he rode down from the hilltops of Old Outermall to the point beyond the Ivy Depot where rose the gentle eminence of Locust Hill, the plantation of the Lewis family. Always in the afternoon, in all weathers, his mother sat looking down the long lane to the gate as if she expected that one day a certain figure would appear. Sometimes, old as she was, she dozed and dreamed. Just now she had done so. She awoke and saw standing before her, as if pictured in her dream, the form of her son, in bodily presence, although at first she did not accept him as such. "My son," she said at length, half as much in terror as in joy. "Mairn!" He stooped down and took her grayed hair in his hands as she looked up at him. She recalled other times when he had come from the forest, from the wilderness, bearing trophies in his hands. He bore now trophies greater, perhaps, than any man of his age ever had brought home with him. What Washington had defended was not so great as that which Lewis won. It required them both to make an America for us haggling and unworthy followers. "My son," was all she could say. "They told me that you would never come back, that you were dead. I thought the wilderness had claimed you at last, Mairn." "I told you I should come back to you safe, Mother. There was no danger at any time. From St. Louis I have come as fast as any messenger could have come. Next I must go to see Mr. Jefferson at Washington, then back home again to talk with you for long, long hours. And what have you found? More than I can tell you in a year. We found the mysterious river, the Columbia, found where it runs into the ocean, where it starts in the mountains. We found the head of the Missouri. The Ohio is but a creek beside it. We crossed plains and mountains more wonderful than any we have ever dreamed of. We saw the most wonderful land in all the world, Mother, and we made it ours." "And you did that? Mairn, was that why the wilderness called to you? My boy has done all that. Your country will reward you. I should not complain of all these years of absence. You are happy now, are you not? I should be the happiest of men. I can take to Mr. Jefferson, our best friend, the proof that he was right in his plans. His great dream has come true, and I in some part helped make it true. Should I not now be happy?" "You should be, man. But are you?" "I am well, and I find you still well and strong. My friend Will Clark has come back with me hearty as a boy. Everything has been fortunate with us. Look at me," he demanded, turning and stretching out his mighty arms. "I am strong. My men all came through without loss or injury, the splendid fellows. It is wonderful that in risks such as ours we met with no ill fortune." "Yes, but are you happy? Turn your face to me." But he did not turn his face. "I told my friend William Clark," he said lightly as he rose, "to join me here after an hour or so. I think I see his party coming now. York rides ahead, do you see? He is a free Negro now. He will have stories enough to set all our blacks idle for a month. I must go down to meet Will and our other guests." William Clark, bubbling over with his own joy of life, set all the household in a whirl. There was nothing but cooking, festivity, dancing, hilarity, so long as he remained at Locust Hill. But the mother of Meriwether Lewis looked with jealous eye on William Clark. Success, glory, honor, fame, reward, these now belonged to Meriwether Lewis. To them both his mother knew. But why did not his laugh sound high like that of his friend? Her eyes followed her son daily, hourly, until at last she surrendered him to his duty when he declared he could no longer delay his journey to Washington. Spick and span, cap a pie, pictures of splendid young manhood, The two captains rode one afternoon up to the great gate before the mansion house of the nation. Lewis looked about him at scenes once familiar, but in the 3 years and a half since he had seen it last, the raw town had changed rapidly. Workmen had done somewhat upon the Capitol building yonder. Certain improvements had been made about the executive mansion itself. But the old Negro men at the gate and at the door of the house were just as he had left them, and when, running on ahead of his companion, he knocked at Mr. Jefferson's office door, flinging it open as he did so, with the freedom of his old habit, he looked in upon a familiar sight. Thomas Jefferson was sitting bent over his desk, as usual littered with 1,000 papers. The long frame of his multigraph copying machine was at one side. Folded documents lay before him, unfinished briefs upon the other side. A rack of goose quills and an open inkpot stood beyond, and on the top of the desk, spread out long and over all, lay a great map, whose identity these two young men easily could tell. The Lewis and Clark map sent back from the Mandan country. Thomas Jefferson had kept it at his desk every day since it had come to him, more than 2 years before. He turned now toward the door, casually, for he was used to the interruptions of his servants. What he saw brought him to his feet. He spread out his arms impulsively. He shook the hand of each in turn, drew them to him before he motioned them to seats. Never had Meriwether Lewis seen such emotion displayed by his chief. "I could hardly wait for you," said Mr. Jefferson. He began to pace up and down. "I knew it! I knew it!" he exclaimed. "Now they will call us constitutional, perhaps, since we have added a new world to our country. My son, that was our vision. You have proved it. You have been both dreamer and doer." He came up and placed a half-playful hand on Meriwether Lewis's shoulder. "Did I know men then?" he demanded. "And did I, Mr. Jefferson?" "Captain Clark." "You do not say the title correctly. It is not Captain Clark. It is not Captain Lewis that stand before me now. You are to have 1,600 acres of land, each of you. You, my son, will be Governor Lewis of the new territory of Louisiana. And your friend is not Captain Clark, but General Clark, agent of all the Indian tribes of the West." In silence, the hand of each of the young men went out to the president. Then their own eyes met, and their hands. They were not to be separated after all. They were to work together yonder in St. Louis. "Governor, General, I welcome you back. You will come back to your old rooms here in my family, man, and we will find a place for your friend. What we have here is at the service of both of you. You are the guests of the nation." End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Jefferson's Advice. "Man, my boy," said Thomas Jefferson, when at length they two were alone once more in the little office, "I cannot say what your return means to me. You come as one from the grave. You resurrect another from the grave." "Meaning, Mr. Jefferson?" "You surely have heard that my administration is in sad disrepute.
There is no man in the country hated so bitterly as myself. We are struggling on the very verge of war.
I heard some talk in the West, Mr. Jefferson, hesitated Meriwether Lewis.
Yes, they called this Louisiana Purchase, on which I had set my heart, nothing but extravagance. The machinations of Colonel Burr have added nothing to its reputation. General Jackson is with Burr, and many other strong friends. And meantime, you know where Burr himself is? In the Richmond jail. I understand that his friend Mr. Merry has gone yonder to visit him. Our country is degenerated to be no more than a scheming ground, a plotting place for other powers. You come back just in the nick of time. You have saved this administration. You bring back success with you. If the issue of your expedition were anything else, I scarce know what would be my own case here. For myself, that would have mattered little. But as to this country for which I have planned so much, your failure would have cost us all the Mississippi Valley, besides all the valley of the Missouri and the Columbia. Yes, had you not succeeded, Aaron Burr would have succeeded. Instead of a great republic reaching from ocean to ocean, we should have had a scattered coterie of states of no endurance, no continuity, no power. Thank God for the presence of one great, splendid thing gloriously done. You cannot, do not begin to measure its importance.
We are glad that you have been pleased, Mr. Jefferson, said Lewis simply.
Pleased, pleased! Say rather that I am saved. Say rather that this country is saved. Had you proved disloyal to me, had you for any cause turned back, he went on, think what had been the result. What a load, although you knew it not, was placed on your shoulders. Suppose that you had turned back on the trail last year, or the summer before. Suppose you had not gotten beyond the Mandans. Can you measure the difference for this republic? Can you begin to see what responsibility rested on you? Had you failed, you would have dragged the flag of your country in the dust. Had you come back any time before you did, then you might have called yourself the man who ruined his president, his friend, his country.
And I nearly did, Mr. Jefferson, broke out Meriwether Lewis. Do not praise me too much. I was tempted.
The old man turned toward him, his face grave.
You are honest. I value that above all in you. You are punctilious, to have no praise not honestly won. Listen now.
He leaned toward the young man who sat beside him.
I knew all along how you were tempted. She came here, Theodosia, the very day you left.
Lewis nodded, mute.
In some way I knew the conspirators fought against your success and mine. I knew what agencies they intended to use against you. It was this woman. Had you failed, I should have known why. I know many things, whether or not you do. I know the character of Aaron Burr well enough. He has been crazed, carried away by his own ambitions. God alone knows where he would have stopped. He has been a man not surpassed in duplicity. He would stop at nothing. Moreover, he could make black look white. He did so for his daughter. She believed in him absolutely. And knowing somewhat of his plans, I imagined that he would use the attraction of that young lady for you, the power which, all things considered, she might be supposed to possess with you. I knew the depth of your regard for her, the deeper for its hopelessness. And more than all, I knew the intentness and resolution of your character. It was one motive against the other. Which was the stronger? You were a young man. The hot blood of youth was yours, and I know its power. Had the woman not been married, I should have lost. You would have sold a crown for her. It was honor saved you, your personal honor. That was what brought you success. No country is bigger than the personal honor of its gentlemen.
The bowed head of Meriwether Lewis was his only answer. The keen-faced old man went on.
I knew that before you had left the mouth of the Ohio River, he would do his best to stop you. I knew it before you had left Harper's Ferry, but I placed the issue in the lap of the gods. I applied to you all the tests, the severest tests, that one man can to another. I let you alone. For a year, 2 years, 3 years, I did not know, but now I do know. And the answer is yonder flag which you have carried from one ocean to the other. The answer is in this map, all these hides scrawled in coal, all those new thousands of miles of land, our land. God keep it safe for us always, and may the people one day know who really secured it for them. It was not so much Thomas Jefferson as it was Meriwether Lewis. Each time I dreamed that my subtle enemies were tempting you, I prayed in my own soul that you would be strong, that you would go on, that you would be loyal to your duty, no matter what the cost. God answered those prayers, my boy. Whatever was your need, whatever price you paid, you did what I prayed you would do. When the months passed and you did not come back, I knew that not even the woman you loved could have called you back. I knew that you had learned the priceless lesson of renunciation, of sacrifice, through which alone the great deeds of the world always have been done.
Meriwether Lewis stood before his chief, cold and pale, unable to complete much speech. Thomas Jefferson looked at him for a moment before he went on.
My boy, you are so simple that you will not understand. You do not understand how well I understand you. These things are not done without cost. If there was punishment for you, you took that punishment, or you will. You kept your oath as an officer and your unwritten oath as a gentleman. It is a great thing for a man to have his honor altogether unsullied.
Mr. Jefferson! The young man before him lifted a hand. His face was ghastly pale. "Do not," said he. "Do not, I beg of you."
"What is it, man?" exclaimed the old man. "What have I done?"
"You speak of my honor. Do not.
Indeed, you touch me deep."
Thomas Jefferson, wise old man, raised a hand. "I shall never listen, my son," said he. "I will accord to you the right of hot blood to run hot. You would not be a man worth knowing were it not so. All I know, or will know, is that whatever the price, you have paid it, or will pay it. But tell me, man, can you not tear her from your soul? It will ruin you, this hopeless attachment which you cherish. Is it always to remain with you? I bid you find some other woman. The best in the land are waiting for you."
"Mr. Jefferson, I shall never marry."
The two sat looking into each other's eyes for just a moment. Said Thomas Jefferson at length, slowly, "So, you have come back with all happiness, all success, for me and for others, but not for yourself. Such proving as you have had has fallen to the lot of but few men. I know now how great has been the cost. I see it in your face. The 15 millions I paid for yonder lands was nothing. We have bought them with the happiness of a human soul, the transient gratitude of this republic, the honor of that little paper. Bah! They are nothing. But perhaps it may be something for you to know that at least one friend understands." Lewis did not speak. "What is lost, the President began again after a time. "What is broken. But see how clearly I look into your soul. You are not thinking now of what you can do for yourself. You are not thinking of your new rank, your honors. You are asking now, at this moment, what you can do for her. Is it not so?" The smile that came upon the young man's face was a beautiful and wonderful thing to see. It made the wise old man sad to see it, but thoughtful too. "She is at Richmond, man," said Mr. Jefferson a moment later. The young man nodded. "And the greatest boon she could ask would be her father's freedom. The freedom of the man who sought to ruin this country. The man whom I scarcely dare release." The thin lips compressed for a moment. It was not in implacable, vengeful zeal. It was but in thought. "Now then," said Thomas Jefferson sharply, "there comes a veil, a curtain between you and me and all the world. No record must show that either of us raised a hand against the full action of the law, or planned that Colonel Burr should not suffer the full penalty of the code. Yes, for him that is true, but not for his daughter."
"Mr. Jefferson!" The face of Meriwether Lewis was strangely moved. "I see the actual greatness of your soul, but I ask nothing."
"Why, in my heart I feel like flinging open every prison door in the world. If you have gained an empire for your country, and paid for it as you have, could not a great and rich country afford to pay to the extent of a woman's happiness? When a king is crowned, he sets free the criminals, and this day I feel as proud and happy as if I were a king, and king of the greatest empire of all the world. I know well who assured that kingdom. Let me be then," he raised his long hand, "say nothing, do nothing, and let this end all talk between us of these matters. I know you can keep your own counsel." Lewis bowed silently. "Go to Richmond, man. you will find there a broken conspirator and his unhappy daughter. Both are ostracized. None is so poor as to do either of them reverence. She has no door open to her now, though but lately she was daughter of the vice president, the rich Mrs. Alston, wife of the governor of her state. Go to them now. Tell Colonel Burr that the president will not ask mercy for him. John Marshall is on the bench there, but before him is a jury. John Randolph is foreman of that jury. It is there that case will be tried, in the jury room, and politics will try it. Go to Theodosia Mann in her desperate need.
"But what can I do, Mr. Jefferson?" broke out his listener.
Do precisely what I tell you. Go to that social outcast. Take her on your arm before all the world, and before that jury. Sit there before all Richmond and that jury. An hour or so will do. Do that, and then, as I did when I trusted you, ask no questions, but leave it on the knees of the gods. If you can call me chief in other matters, the president concluded, and can call me chief in that fashion of thought which men call religion as well, let me give you unction and absolution, my son. It is all that I have to give to one whom I have always loved as if he were my own son. This is all I can do for you. It may fail, but I would rather trust that jury to be right than trust myself today. Because I repeat, I feel like flinging open every prison door in all the world and telling every erring, stumbling man to try once more to do what his soul tells him he ought to do. End of Part 2, Chapter 15.
Part 2, Chapter 16. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quality of Mercy. In Richmond jail lay Aaron Burr, the great conspirator, the ruins of his ambition fallen about him. He had found a prison instead of a palace. He was eager no longer to gain a scepter, but only to escape a noose. The great conspiracy was at an end. The only question was of the punishment the accused should have, for in the general belief he was certain of conviction. That he never was convicted has always been one of the most mysterious facts of a mysterious chapter in our national development. So crowded were the hostelries of Richmond that a stranger would have had difficulty in finding lodging there during the 6 months of the Burr trial. Not so with Meriwether Lewis, now one of the country's famous men. A score of homes opened their doors to him. The town buzzed over his appearance. He had once been the friend of Burr, always the friend of Jefferson. To which side now would he lean? Luther Martin, chief of Burr's council, was eager above all to have a word with Meriwether Lewis, so close to affairs in Washington, possibly so useful to himself. Washington Irving, too, assistant to Martin in the great trial, would gladly have had talk with him. All asked what his errand might be. What was the leaning of the governor of the new territory, a man closer to the administration at Washington than any other? Meriwether Lewis kept his own counsel. He arranged first to see Burr himself. The meagerly furnished anteroom of the federal prison in Richmond was the discredited adventurer's reception hall in those days. Burr advanced to meet his visitor with something of his own old haughtiness of mien, a little of the former brilliance of his eye. "Governor, I am delighted to see you, back safe and sound from your journey. My congratulations, sir." Meriwether Lewis made no reply, but gazed at him steadily, well aware of the stinging sarcasm of his words. "I have few friends now," said Aaron Burr. "You have many. You are on the flood tide. It ebbs for me. When one loses, what mercy is shown to him? That scoundrel Mary, he promised everything, it gave nothing. Rouault, he is worse yet in his treachery. Even the French minister, Thoreau, who surely might listen to the wishes of the great French population of the Mississippi Valley, pays no attention to their petitions whatever, and none to mine. These were my former friends. I promised them a country." "You promised them a country, Colonel Burr? From what?" "From the great ownerless land yonder, the West. But they waited and waited until your success was sure. Why, that scoundrel Mary is here this very day. The effrontery of him! He wants nothing more to do with me. No, he is here to undertake to recoup himself and his own losses by reasons of moneys he advanced to me some time ago. He is importuning my son-in-law, Mr. Alston, to pay him back those funds, which once he was so ready to furnish to us. But Mr. Alston is ruined. I am ruined. We are all ruined. No, they waited too long." "They waited until it was too late, yes," Lewis returned. "That country is American now, not British or Spanish or French. Our men are passing across the river in thousands. They will never lose their hold on the West. It was treason to the future that you planned, but it was hopeless from the first." "It would seem, sir," said Aaron Burr, a cynical smile twisting his thin lip, "that I may not count upon your friendship." "That is a hard speech, Colonel Burr. I was your friend. More than your chief ever was. I fancy Mr. Jefferson would like to see me pilloried, drawn, and quartered, after the old way." "You are unjust to him. You struck at the greatest ambition of his life. Struck at his heart and the heart of his country, when you undertook to separate the West from this republic." "I am a plain man and a busy man," said Aaron Burr coldly. "I must employ my time now to the betterment of my situation. I have failed, and you have won. But let me throw the cloak aside, since I know you can be of no service to me. I care not what punishment you may have, what suffering, because I recognize in you the one great cause of my failure. It was you, sir, with your cursed expedition that defeated Aaron Burr." He turned, proud and defiant even in his failure, and when Meriwether Lewis looked up, he was gone. Even as Burr passed, Meriwether Lewis heard a light step in the long corridor. Under guard of the turnkey, someone stood at the door. It was the figure of a woman, a figure which caused him to halt, caused his heart to leap. She came toward him now, all in mourning black, hat, gown, and gloves. Her face was pale, her eyes deep, her mouth drooping. Theodosia Alston was always thus on her daily visit to her father's cell. Herself the picture of failure and despair, she was used to avoiding the eyes of all. But she saw Meriwether Lewis standing before her, strong, tall, splendid in his manhood and vigor, in the full tide of his success. She was almost in touch of his hand when she raised her eyes to his. These two had met at last,
After what far wanderings apart, they had met as if each came from the valley of the shadows, out of the vastness of the unknown, over all those long and devious trails, into what now seemed to him a world still more vast, more fraught with desperate peril. He had come back to her, and she, what had been her perils? What were her thoughts? As his eye fell upon her, even as his keen ear had known her coming, the hand of Meriwether Lewis half unconsciously went to his breast. He felt under it the packet of faded letters which he had so long kept with him, which in some way he felt to be his talisman. Yes, it was for this that he had them, his love and hers. This had been his shield through all. What he saw in her grave face, her mournful eyes uplifted to his own. This was the solution of the riddle of his life, the reason for his moods of melancholy, the answer to 1,000 unspoken prayers. He felt his heart thrill strong and full, felt his blood spring in strong current through his veins, until they strained, until he felt his nerves tingle as he stood, silent, endeavoring to still the tumult within him, now that he knew the great and satisfying truth of truths. To her he was what? A tall and handsome gentleman, immaculately clad, governor of the newest of our territories, the largest and richest realm ever laid under the rule of any viceroy. A bystander might have pondered on such things, but Meriwether Lewis had no thought of them, nor had the woman who looked up at him. No, to her eyes there stood only the man who made her blood leap, her soul cry out. Yea, yea, now I know. To her also from the divine compassion was given answer for her questionings. She knew that life for her, even though it ended now, had been no blind puzzle after all, but was a glorious and perfect thing. She had called to him across the deep, and he had heard and come. From the very grave itself he had arisen and come again to her. Even here, under the shadow of the gallows, even if, as both knew in their supreme renunciation, they must part and never meet again. For them both there could be peaceful calm, with all life's questions answered, beautifully and surely answered, never again to rise for conquering. Sir, Captain, that is to say, Governor Lewis, she corrected herself, I was not expecting you. Her tone seemed icy, though her soul was in her eyes. She was all upon the defense, as Lewis instantly understood. He took her hand in both of his own, and looked into her face. She gazed up at him, and swiftly, mercifully, the tears came. Gently, as if she had been a child, he dried them for her, as once when a boy he had promised to do. They were alone now. The cold silence of the prison was about them, but their own long silence seemed a golden glowing thing. Thus only, in their silence, could they speak. They did not know that they stood hand in hand. My husband is not here, she said at length, gently disengaging her hand from his. No one knows me now. Everyone avoids me. You must not be seen with me. A pariah, an outcast. I am my father's only friend. Already they condemn him, yet he is as innocent as any man ever was. I shall say no word to change that belief, said Meriwether Lewis. But your husband is not here? It is he whom I must see at once. Why must you see him? You must know.
It is my duty to go to him and to tell him that I am the man who made you weep. He must have his satisfaction. Nothing that he can do will punish me, as my own conscience has already punished me. It is no use. I shall not ask you to forgive me. I will not be so cheap. But suppose he does not know? He could only stand silent, regarding her fixedly. He must never know, she went on. It is no time for quixotism to make yet another suffer. We two must be strong enough to carry our own secret. It is better and kinder that it should be between two than among three. I thought you dead. Let the past remain past. Let it bury its own dead. It is our time of reckoning, said he at length. Guilty as I have been, sinning as I have sinned, tell me, was I alone in the wrong? Listen, those who joined your father's cause were asked to join in treason to their country. What he proposed was treason. Tell me, did you know this when you came to me? He saw the quick pain upon her face, the flush that rose to her pale cheek. She drew herself up proudly. I shall not answer that, said she. No, he exclaimed, swiftly, contrite. Nor shall I ask it. Forgive me. You never knew. You were innocent. You do right not to answer such a question. I only wanted you to be happy. That was my one desire. She looked aside, and a moment passed before she heard his deep voice reply. Happy? I am the most unhappy man in all the world. Happiness? No. Rags, shreds, patches of happiness. That is all that is left of happiness for us, as men and women usually count it. But tell me, what would make you most happy now, of these things remaining? I have come back to pay my debts. Is there anything I can do? What would make you happiest? My father's freedom. I cannot promise that, but all that I can do, I will. Were my father guilty, that would be the act of a noble mind. But how? You are Mr. Jefferson's friend, not the friend of Aaron Burr. All the world knows that. Precisely. All the world knows that, or thinks it does. It thinks it knows that Mr. Jefferson is implacable. But suppose all the world were set to wondering. I am just wondering myself if it would be right to suborn a juryman, like John Randolph of Roanoke. That is impossible. What do you mean? I mean this. This afternoon, you and I will go into the trial room together. I have not yet attended a session of the court. Today, I will hand you to your seat in full sight of the jury box. You give your presence to one who is now a social pariah? The ladies of Richmond no longer speak to me. But to what purpose? Perhaps to small purpose, I cannot tell. But let us suppose that I go with you, and that we sit there in sight of all. I am known to be the intimate friend of Mr. Jefferson. Ergo, Mr. Jefferson is not hostile to us. And you would do that? You would take that chance? For you. And he did. For her. That afternoon, all the crowded courtroom saw the beadle make way for two persons of importance. One was a tall, grave, distinguished-looking man, impassive, calm, a man whose face was known to all, the new governor of Louisiana, viceroy of the country that Burr had lost. Upon his arm, pale, clad all in black, walked the daughter of the prisoner at the bar. Was it in defiance or in compliance that this act was done? Was it by orders or against orders, or without orders, that the president's best friend walked in public, before all the world, with the daughter of the president's worst enemy? It was the guess of anybody and the query of all. There, in full view of all the attendants, in full view of the jury, and of John Randolph of Roanoke, its foreman, sat the two persons who had had most to do with this scene of which they now made a part. There sat the man who had explored the great West, and the woman who had done her best to prevent that exploration. Mr. Jefferson's friend, and the daughter of the great conspirator, Aaron Burr. Ergo, said many tongues swiftly, and leaned head to head to whisper it. Mind sometimes speaks to mind, even across the rail of a jury box. Sympathy runs deep and swift sometimes. All the world loved Meriwether Lewis then, would favor him, or favor what he favored. The issue of that great trial was not to come for weeks as yet, but when it came, and by whatever process, Aaron Burr was acquitted of the charges brought against him. The republic for whose downfall he had plotted set him free and bade him be gone. But now, at the close of this day, the two central figures of the tragic drama found themselves together once more. They could be alone nowhere but in the prison room, and it was there that they parted. Between them, as they stood now at last, about to part, there stretched an abysmal gulf which might never personally be passed by either. She faced him at length, trembling, pleading, helpless. "How mighty a thing is a man's sense of honor," she said slowly. "You have done what I never would have asked you to do, and I am glad that you did. I once asked you to do what you would not do, and I am glad that you did not. How can I repay you for what you have done today? I cannot tell how, but I feel that you have turned the tide for us. Ah, if ever you felt that you owed me anything, it is paid. All your debt to me and mine. See, I no longer weep. You have dried my tears." "We cannot balance debits and credits," he replied. "There is no way in the world in which you and I can cry quits. Only one thing is sure. I must go." "I cannot say goodbye," said she. "Do not ask me that. We are but beginning now. See!" He looked at her still, an unspeakable sadness in his gaze at her hand, extended pleadingly toward him. "Won't you take my hand, Maren?" said she. "Won't you?" "I dare not," said he hoarsely. "No, I dare not." "Why? Do you wish to leave me still feeling that I am in your debt?" "You can afford so much now," she said brokenly, "for those who have not one." "Think you that I have won?" he broke out. "Theodosia! Theo! I shall call you by your old name just once. I do not take your hand. I dare not touch you. Because I love you. I always shall. God help me. It is the truth." "Did you get my letters?" she said suddenly, and looked him fair in the face. Meriwether Lewis stood searching her countenance with his own grave eyes. "Letters?" said he at length. "What letters?" Her eyes looked up at him luminously. "You are glorious," said she. "Yes, a woman's name would be safe with you. You are strong. How terrible a thing is a sense of honor! But you are glorious. Goodbye." End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Friends.
Allied in fortunes as they had been in friendship, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark went on side by side in their new labors in the capital of that great land which they had won for the Republic. Their offices and title were distinct, yet scarcely so in fact, for each helped the other, as they had always done. To these two men, the new territory of Louisiana owed not only its discovery, but its early passing over to the day of law and order. No other men could have done what they did in that time of disorder and change, when, rolling to the west in countless waves, came the white men, following the Bee, crossing the great river, striking out into the new lands, a headstrong, turbulent, and lawless population. 1,000 new and petty cares came to Governor Lewis. He passed from one duty to another, from one part of his vast province to another, traveling continually with the crude methods of transportation of that period, and busy night and day. Courts must be established. The compilation of the archives must be cared for. Records must be instituted to clear up the swarm of conflicts over land titles. Scores of new duties arose, and scores of new remedies needed to be devised. The first figure of the growing capital of St. Louis, the new governor, was also the central figure of all social activities, the cynosure of all eyes. But the laughing belles of St. Louis at length sighed and gave him up. They loved him as governor, since they might not as man. Wise, firm, deliberate, kind, sad, he was an old man now, though still young in years. Scattered up and down the great valley, above and below St. Louis, and harboring in that town, were many of the late adherents of Burr's broken conspiracy. These liked not the oncoming of the American government, enforced by so rigid an executive as the one who now held power. Threats came to the ears of Meriwether Lewis, who was hated by the Burr adherents as the cause of their discomfiture, but he, wholly devoid of the fear of any man, only laughed at them. Honest and blameless, it was difficult for any enemy to injure him, and no man cared to meet Meriwether Lewis in the open. But at last one means of attack was found. Once more, the last time, the great heart of a noble man was pierced. "Will," said he to his friend, as they met at William Clark's home, according to their frequent custom, "I am in trouble." "Fancy trouble, man," said Clark. "You're always finding it." "What I might call it fancied, but this is something in the way of facts, and very stubborn facts. See here." He held out certain papers in his hand. "By this morning's mail, I get back these bills protested by the government at Washington, and they are bills that I have drawn to pay the expenses of administering my office here."
"Tut, tut," said William Clark gravely. "Come, let us see."
"Look here and here. Will, you know that I am a man of no great fortune. You also know that I have made certain enemies in this country. But now I am not supported by my own government. I am ruined. I am a broken man. Did you think that this country could do that for either of us?"
"But man, you, the soul of honor."
"Some enemy has done this. What influences have been set to work, I cannot say. But here are the bills, and there are others out in other hands. Also protested, I have no doubt. I am publicly discredited, disgraced. I know not what has been said of me at Washington."
"That is the trouble," said William Clark slowly. "Washington is so far. But now, you must not let this trouble you.
'Tis only some $6 a week clerk in Washington that has done it. You must not consider it to be the deliberate act of any responsible head of the government. You take things too hard, man. I will not have you brooding over this. It will never do. You have the megrims often enough as it is. Come here and kiss the baby. He is named for you, Meriwether Lewis, and he has 2 teeth. Sit down and behave yourself. Judy will be here in a minute. You are among your friends. Do not grieve. 'Twill all come well. This was in the year 1809. Mr. Jefferson's embargo on foreign trade had paralyzed all Western commerce. Our ships lay idle. Our crops rotted. There was no market. The name of Jefferson was now in general execration. In March, when his second term as president expired, he had retired to private life at Monticello. He had written his last message to Congress that very spring, in which he said of the people of his country, "I trust that in their steady character, unshaken by difficulties, in their love of liberty, obedience to law, and support of the public authorities, I see a sure guarantee of the permanence of our republic. And retiring from the charge of their affairs, I carry with me the consolation of a firm persuasion that heaven has in store for our beloved country long ages to come of prosperity and happiness." Whatever the veering self-interest of others led them to think or do regarding the memory of that great man, Meriwether Lewis trusted Thomas Jefferson absolutely, and relied wholly on his friendship and his counsel. Now, in the hour of trouble, he resolved to journey to Monticello to ask the advice of his old chief, as he had always done. In this he was well supported by his friend Dr. Sargrain. "You are ill, Governor. You have the fever of these lands," urged that worthy. "By all means, leave this country and go back to the East. Go by way of New Orleans and the sea. The voyage will do you much good." "Puria," said Meriwether Lewis to his French servant and attendant. "Make ready my papers for my journey. Have a small case, such as can be carried on horseback. I must take with me all my journals, my maps, and certain of the records of my office here. Get my old spyglass. I may need it, and I always fancy to have it with me when I travel, as was my custom in the West. Secure for our costs in travel some gold, $300 or $400, I imagine. I will take some in my belt, and give the rest to you for the saddle trunk." "Your Excellency plans to go by land, then, and not by sea?" "I do not know. I must save all the time possible. And Puria!" "Yes, Excellency." "Have my pistols well cared for, and your own as well. See that my small powder canister, with bullets, is with them in the holster. The trails are none too safe. Be careful whom you advise of our plans. My business is of private nature, and I do not wish to be disturbed. And here, take my watch," he concluded. "It was given to me by a friend, a good friend, Mr. Wirt, and I prize it very much. So much that I fear to have it on my person. Care for it in the saddle trunk." "Yes, Excellency." "Do not call me Excellency. I detest the title. I am Governor Lewis, and may so be distinguished. Go now, and do as I have told you. We shall need about 10 men to man the barge. Arrange it. Have our goods ready for an early start tomorrow morning." All that night, sleepless, fevered, almost distracted, Meriwether Lewis sat at his desk, writing, or endeavoring to write, with what matters upon his soul we may not ask. But the long night wore away at last, and morning came, a morning of the early fall, beautiful as it may be only in that latitude. Without having closed his eyes in sleep, the governor made ready for his journey to the east. Whether or not Periel was faithful to all his instructions, one cannot say, but certainly all St. Louis knew of the intended departure of the governor. They loved him, these folk, trusted him, would miss him now, and they gathered almost en masse to bid him Godspeed upon his journey.
"These papers for Mr. Jefferson, Governor, certain land titles, of which we spoke to him last year. Do you not remember?"
Thus Chateau, always busy with affairs.
"These samples of cloth and satin, Governor,"
said a dark-eyed French girl, smiling up at him.
"Would you match them for me in the East? I am to be married in the spring."
"These price of furs. Learn of that, Governor, if you can, while on your journey. The embargo has ruined the trade in all this inland country."
It was Manuel Liza, swarthy, taciturn, who thus voiced a general feeling.
"Books! More books, my son!" implored Dr. Saugrain. "We are growing here. I must keep up with the surgery of the day. I must know the new discoveries in medicine. Bring me books, and take this little case of medicines. You are ill, my son. The fever has you."
"My people, they mourn for me as dead,"
said Big White, the Mandan, who had never returned to his people up the Missouri River since the repulse of his convoy by the Sioux.
"Tell the Great Father that he must send me soldiers to take me back home to my people. My heart is poor."
"Governor, see if you can get me an artificial limb of some sort while you are in the East."
It was young George Shannon who said this, leaning on his crutch. Shannon had not long ago returned from another trip up the river, where, in an encounter with the Sioux, he had received a wound which cost him a leg and almost cost him his life, though later, as has already been said, he was to become a noted figure at the bar of the state of Kentucky.
"Yes, yes, and yes!"
Their leader, punctilious as he was kind, agreed to all these commissions, prizing them indeed as proof of the confidence of his people. He was ready to depart, but stood still, looking about for the tall figure which presently he saw advancing through the throng. A tall man, with wide mouth and sunny hair, with blue eye and stalwart frame. William Clark, the friend whom he loved so much, and whom he was now to see for the last time. General Clark carried upon his arm the baby which had been named after the governor of the new territory. Lewis took him from his father's arms and pressed the child's cool face to his own, suddenly trembling a little about his own lips as he felt the tender flesh of the infant. No child of his own might he ever hold thus. He gave him back with a last look into the face of his friend.
"Goodbye, Will,"
said he. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wilderness. The governor's barge swept down the rolling flood of the Mississippi, impelled by the blades of 10 sturdy oarsmen. Little by little, the blue smoke of St. Louis town faded beyond the level of the forest. The stone tower of the old Spanish stockade, where floated the American flag, disappeared finally. Meriwether Lewis sat staring back, but seeming not to note what passed. He did not even notice a long bateau which left the wharf just before his own and preceded him down the river, now loafing along aimlessly, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind that of the governor and his party. In time he turned to his lap desk and began his endless task of writing, examining, revising. Now and again he muttered to himself. The fever was indeed in his blood. They proceeded thus, after the usual fashion of boat travel in those days, down the great river, until they had passed the mouth of the Ohio and reached what was known as the Chickasaw Bluffs, below the confluence of the two streams. Here was a little post of the army, arranged for the commander, Major Neely, Indian agent at that point. As was the custom, all barges tied up here, and the governor's craft moored at the foot of the bluff. Its chief passenger was so weak that he hardly could walk up the steep steps cut into the muddy front of the bank.
"Governor Lewis!"
exclaimed Major Neely as he met him.
"You are ill! You are in an ague!"
Perhaps. Give me rest here for a day or two, if you please. Then I fancy I shall be strong enough to travel east. See if you can get horses for myself and my party. I am resolved not to go by sea. I have not time."
The governor of Louisiana, haggard, flushed with fever, staggered as he followed his friend into the apartment assigned to him in one of the cabins of the little post. He wore his usual traveling garb, but now, for some strange reason, he seemed to lack his usual immaculate neatness. Instead of the formal dress of his office, he wore an old, stained, faded uniform coat, its pocket bulging with papers. This he kept at the head of his bed when at length he flung himself down, almost in the delirium of fever. He lay here for 2 days, restless, sleepless, but at length, having in the meantime scarcely tasted food, he rose and declared that he must go on.
"Major," said he, "I can ride now. Have you horses for the journey?" "Are you sure, Governor, that your strength is sufficient?"
Neely hesitated as he looked at the wasted form before him, at the hollow eyes, the fevered face.
"It is not a question of my personal convenience, Major," said Meriwether Lewis. "Time presses for me. I must go on." "At least you shall not go alone," said Major Neely. "You should have some escort. Doubtless you have important papers."
Meriwether Lewis nodded.
"My servant has arranged everything, I fancy. Can you get an extra man or two? The Natchez Trace is none too safe."
That military road, as they both knew, was indeed no more than a horse path cut through the trackless forest which lay across the states of Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Its reputation was not good. Many a trader passing north from New Orleans with coin, many a settler passing west with pack horses and household effects, had disappeared on this wilderness road and left no sign. It was customary for parties of any consequence to ride in companies of some force. It was a considerable cavalcade, therefore, which presently set forth from Chickasaw Bluffs on the long ride eastward to cross the Alleghanies, which meant some days or weeks spent in the saddle. Apprehension sat upon all, even as they started out. Their eyes rested upon the wasted form of their leader, the delirium of whose fever seemed still to hold him. He muttered to himself as he rode, resented the near approach of any traveling companion, demanded to be alone. They looked at him in silence. "He talks to himself all the time," said one of the party, a new man hired by Neely at the army post. He rode with Perea now, and none but Perea knew that he had come from the long barge which had clung to the governor's craft all the way down the river, and which, unknown to Lewis himself, had tied up and waited at Chickasaw Bluffs. He was a stranger to Neely and to all the others, but seemed ready enough to take pay for service along the trace, declaring that he himself was intending to go that way. He was a man well dressed, apparently of education and of some means. He rode armed. "What is wrong with the governor, think you?" inquired this man once more of Peria, Lewis's servant.
"It is his way," shrugged Peria. "We leave him alone. His hand is heavy when he is angry."
"He rides always with his rifle across his saddle."
"Always on the trail."
"Loaded, I presume, and his pistols?"
"You may well suppose that," said Peria.
"Oh, well," said the new member of the party, "'tis just as well to be safe. I lifted his saddlebags in the desk, or trunk, whatever you call it, that is on the pack-horse yonder. Heavy, eh?"
"Naturally," grinned Peria.
They looked at one another, and thereafter the two, as was well noted, conversed often and more intimately together as the journey progressed. "Now it's an odd thing about his coat," volunteered the stranger later in that same day. "He always keeps it on, that ragged old uniform. Was it a uniform, do you believe? Can't the governor of the new territory wear a coat that shows his own quality? This one's a dozen years old, you might say."
"He always wears it on the trail," said Peria. "At home, he watches it as if it held some treasure."
"Treasure!" The shifty eyes of the new man flashed in sudden interest. "What treasure? Papers, perhaps? Bills? Documents? Money? His pocket bulges at the side. Something there, yes, eh?"
"Hush!" said Peria. "You do not know that man, the governor. He has the eye of a hawk, the ear of a fox. You can keep nothing from him. He fears nothing in the world, and in his moods. You'd best leave him alone. Don't let him suspect, or—"
And Peria shook his head. The cavalcade was well out into the wilderness east of the Mississippi on that afternoon of October 8th, in the year 1809. Stopping at the wayside taverns which now and then were found, they had progressed perhaps 100 miles to the eastward. The day was drawing toward its close when Peria rode up and announced that one or two of the horses had strayed from the trail.
"I have told you to be more careful, Peria,"
expostulated Governor Lewis.
"There are articles on the pack horse which I need at night. Who is this new man that is so careless? Why do you not keep the horses up? Go then and get them. Major Neely, would you be so kind as to join the men and assure them of bringing on the horses? And what of you, Governor? I shall go on ahead, if you please. Is there no house nearby? You know the trail. Perhaps we can get lodgings not far on."
"The first white man's house beyond here," answered Neely, "belongs to an old man named Grinder. 'Tis no more than a few miles ahead. Suppose we join you there."
"Agreed,"
said Lewis, and setting spurs to his horse, he left them. It was late in the evening when at length Meriwether Lewis reined up in front of the somewhat unattractive Grinder homestead cabin, squatted down alongside the Natchez Trace, a place where sometimes hospitality of a sort was dispensed. It was an ordinary double cabin that he saw, two-cob house apartment, with a covered space between such as might have been found anywhere for hundreds of miles on either side of the Alleghanies at that time. At his call, there appeared a woman, Mrs. Grinder. She announced herself.
"Madam," he inquired, "could you entertain me and my party for the night? I am alone at present, but my servants will soon be up. They are on the trail in search of some horses which have strayed." "My husband is not here," said the woman. "We are not well fixed, but I reckon if we can stand it all the time, you can for a night. How many are there in your party?
A half a dozen, with an extra horse or two.
I reckon we can fix ye up. Light down and come in.
She was noting well her guest, and her shrewd eyes determined him to be no common man. He had the bearing of a gentleman, the carriage of a man used to command. Certain of his garments seemed to show wealth, although she noted, when he stripped off his traveling smock, that he wore not a new coat, but an old one, very old. She would have said soiled, stained, faded. It looked as if it had once been part of a uniform. Her guest, whoever he was, and she neither knew nor asked, for the Wilderness Tavern held no register, and few questions were asked or answered, paid small attention to the woman. He carried his saddlebags into the room pointed out to him, flung them down, and began to pace up and down, sometimes talking to himself. The woman eyed him from time to time as she went about her duties.
Set up and eat,
she said at last.
I reckon your men are not coming.
I thank you, madam, said the stranger, with gentle courtesy.
Do not let me trouble you too much. I have been ill of late, and do not as yet experience much hunger.
Indeed, he scarcely tasted the food. He sat, as she noted, a long time, gazing fixedly out of the door, over the forest, toward the west. Is it not a beautiful world, madam? Said he, after a time, in a voice of great gentleness and charm. I have seen the forest often thus in the west in the evening, when the day was done. It is wonderful.
Yes, some of my folks is thinking of going out further into the west.
He turned to her abstractedly, yet endeavoring to be courteous. A wonderful country, madam, said he, and so he fell again into his moody staring out beyond the door. After a time, the hostess of the backwoods cabin sought to make up a bed for him, but he motioned to her to desist. It is not necessary, said he. I have slept so much in the open that 'tis rarely I use a bed at all. I see now that my servant has come up and is in the yard yonder. Tell him to bring my robes and blankets and spread them here on the floor, as I always have them. That will answer quite well enough, thank you. Piria, it seemed, had by this time found his way to the cabin along the trail. He was alone. Come, man, said Lewis. Make down my bed for me. I am ill. And tell me, where is my powder? Where are the bullets for my pistols? I find them empty. Haven't I told you to be more careful about these things? And where is my rifle powder? The canister is here, but 'tis empty. Come, come, I must have better service than this. But even as he chided the remissness of his servant, he seemed to forget the matter in his mind. Presently, he was again pacing apart, stopping now and then to stare out over the forest. I must have a place to write, said he at length. I shall be awake for a time tonight, occupied with business matters of importance. Where is Major Neely? Where are the other men? Why have they not come up? Piria could not or did not answer these questions, but sullenly went about the business of making his master as comfortable as he might, and then departed to his own quarters, down the hill, in another building. The old backwoods woman herself withdrew to the other apartment, beyond the open space of the double cabin. The soft, velvet darkness of night in the forest now came on apace, a night of silence. There was not even the call of a tree-toad. The voice of the whippoorwill was stilled at that season of the year. If there were human beings awake, alert at that time, they made no sound. Meriwether Lewis was alone, alone in the wilderness again. its silences, its mysteries drew about him. But now he stood, not enjoying in his usual fashion the familiar feeling of the night in the forest, the calm, the repose it customarily brought to him. He stood looking intently, as if he expected someone, nay, indeed, as if he saw someone, as if he saw a face. What face was it? At last he made his way across the room to the heavy saddle case which had been placed there. He flung the lid open and felt among the contents. It seemed to him there was not so much within the case as there should have been. He missed certain papers, and resolved to ask Perry about them. He could not find the little bags of coin which he expected, but he found the watch, lying covered in a corner of the case. He drew it out and, stepping toward the flickering candle, opened it, gazing fixedly at the little silhouette cut round to fit in the back of the case. It was a face that he had seen before. 100 times he had gazed thus at it on the far western trails. He brought the little portrait close up to his eyes, but not close to his lips. No, he did not kiss the face of the woman who once had written to him,
"You must not kiss my picture, because I am in your power."
Meriwether Lewis had won his long fight. He had mastered the human emotions of his soul at last. The battle had been such that he sat here now, weak and spent. He sat looking at the face which had meant so much to him all these years. There came into his mind some recollection of words that she had written to him once. Something about the sound of water. He lifted his head and listened. Yes, there was a sound coming faintly through the night. The trickle of a little brook in the ravine below the window. Always, he recalled, she had spoken of the sound of water, saying that that music would blot out memory, saying that water would wash out secrets, would wash out sins. What was it she had said? What was it she had written to him long ago? What did it mean about the water? The sound of the little brook came to his ears again in some shift of the wind. He rose and stumbled toward the window, carrying the candle in his hand. His haggard face was lighted by its flare as he stood there, leaning out, listening. It was then that his doom came to him. There came the sound of a shot, a second, and yet another. The woman in the cabin nearby heard them clearly enough. She rose and listened. There was no sound from the other cabins. The servants paid no attention to the shots, if they had heard them. And why should they not have heard them? No one called out. No one came running. Frightened, the woman rose, and after a time stepped timidly across the covered space between the two rooms, toward the light which she saw shining faintly through the cracks of the door. She heard groans within. A tall and ghastly figure met her as she approached the door. She saw his face, white and haggard and stained. From a wound in the forehead, a broad band of something dark fell across his cheek. From his throat, something dark was welling. He clutched a hand on his breast, and his fingers were dark. He was bleeding from 3 wounds, but still he stood and spoke to her. "In God's name, madam," said he, "bring me water. I am killed." She ran away, she knew not where, calling to the others to come. But they did not come. She was alone, once more forgetful of her errand, incapable of rendering aid. She went back to the door. She heard no sound. She flung open the door and peered into the room. The candle was standing, broken and guttering on the floor. She could see the scattered belongings of the traveling cases, empty now. The occupant of the room was gone. In terror, she fled once more back to her own room and cowered in her bed. Staggering, groping, his hands strained to him to hold in the life that was passing. Meriwether Lewis had left the room where he had received his wounds and had stepped out into the air, into the night. All the resolution of his soul was bent upon one purpose. He staggered, but still stumbled onward. It seemed to him that he heard the sound of water, and blindly, unconsciously, he headed that way. He entered the shadow of the woods and passed down the little slope of the hill. He fell, rather than seated himself, at the side of the brook, whose voice he had heard in the night. He was alone. The wilderness was all about him. The wilderness which had always called to him, and which now was to claim him. He sat, gasping, almost blind, feeling at his pockets. At last he found it, one of the sulphur matches made for him by good old Dr. Segrain. Tremblingly, he essayed to light it, and at last he saw the flare. With skill of custom, though now almost unconsciously, his fingers felt for dry bits of bark and leaves, little twigs. Yes, the match served its purpose. A tiny flame flickered between his feet as he sat. Did any eye see Meriwether Lewis as he sat there in the dark at his last campfire? Did any guilty eye look on him making his last fight? He sat alone by the little fire, his hand, dropping sometimes, responsive only to the supreme effort of his will, fumbled in the bosom of his old coat. There were some papers there, some things which no other eyes than his must ever see. Here was a secret. It must always be a secret, her secret and his. He would hide forever from the world what had been theirs in common. The tiny flame rose up more strongly, twice, thrice, 5 times, 6 times in all. One by one he had placed them on the flames, these letters that he had carried on his heart for years, the 6 letters that she had written him when he was far away in the unknown. He held the last one long, trying to see the words. He groaned. He was almost blind. His trembling fingers found the last word of the last letter. It rose before him in tall characters now, all done in flame and not in block. Theodosia! Now they were gone. No one could ever see them. No one could know how he had treasured them all these years. She was safe. Before his soul, in the time of his great accounting, there rose the passing picture of the years. Free from suffering, now absolved, resigned, he was a boy once more, and all the world was young. He saw again the slopes of old Albemarle, beautiful in the green and gold of an early autumn day in old Virginia. He heard again his mother's voice. What was it that she said? He bent his head as if to listen. Your wish, your great desire, your hope, your dream, all these shall be yours at last.
even though the trail be long, even though the burden be too heavy to carry farther.
So then she had known. She had spoken the truth in her soothsaying that day so long ago. Now his fading eye looked about him, and he nodded his head weakly, as if to assent to something he had heard. He had so earnestly longed, he had so greatly desired to be an honorable man. He had so longed and desired to do somewhat for others than himself. And here was peace. Here indeed was conquest. His great desire was won. His lax hands dropped between his knees as he sat. A little gust of wind, sweeping down the gully, caught up some of the white ashes, stained as they were with blood that dropped from his veins as he bent above them, carried them down upon the tiny thread of the little brook. It carried them away toward the sea. His blood, the ashes, the secret which they hid. At length he rose once more, his splendid will still forcing his broken body to do its bidding. Half crawling up the bank, once more he stood erect and staggered back across the yard into the room. The woman heard him there again. Pity arose in her breast. Once more she mastered her terror and approached the door. "In God's name, madam," said he, "bring me water, wine. I am so strong, I am hard to die. Bind up my wounds, I have work to do. Heal me these wounds." But not her power, nor any power could heal such wounds as his. Once more she called out for aid, and none came. The night wore away. The dying man lay on his bearskin pallet on the floor, motionless now and silent, but still breathing, and calm at last. It was dawn when the recreant servant found him there. "Pyria," said Meriwether Lewis, turning his fading eye on the man, "do not fear me. I will not hurt you. But my watch, I cannot find it. It seems gone. I am hard to die, it seems. But the little watch, it had a picture. Oh." End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19. The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Down to the sea. Many days later, the French servant, Pyria, rode up to the gate, to the door of Locust Hall, the Lewis homestead in Old Virginia. The news he bore had preceded him. He met a stern-faced, dark-browed woman, who regarded him coldly when he announced his name, regarded him in silence. The servant found himself able to make but small speech.
"Your son was a brave man. He lived long,"
said Pyria, haltingly, at the close of his story.
"Yes,"
said the mother of Meriwether Lewis.
"He was a brave man. He was strong. He was unhappy, but why he should have killed himself—" "Stop!"
The dark eyes blazed upon him.
"What are you saying? My son kill himself? It is an outrage to his memory to suggest it. He was the victim of some enemy. As for you, begone!
So Piria passed from sight and view, and almost from memory, not accused, not acquitted. Long afterward, a brother of Meriwether Lewis met him, and found that he was carrying the old rifle and the little watch which every member of the family knew so well. These things had been missing from the effects of Meriwether Lewis in the inventory. Indeed, little remained in the traveling cases, save a few scattered papers and the old spy-glass. There was no gold. There were no letters of any kind. Soon there came down from Monticello to Locust Hall the coach of Thomas Jefferson. "Madam," said he, when finally he stood at the side of the mistress of Locust Hall, "it is heavy news I thought to bring. I see that you have heard it. What shall I say? What can we say to each other? I mourn him as if he were my own son."
"It has come at last," said the mother of Meriwether Lewis. "The wilderness has him, as I knew it would. I told him, here at this place, when he was a boy, that at last the load would weigh him down. The rumor is that he died by his own hand. I find it difficult to believe. It is far more likely that some enemy or robber was guilty of the deed. Whom had he ever harmed?"
she demanded of Jefferson. "None in the world with intent, but he had enemies. Whether by his own hand or that of another, he died a gallant gentleman. He would not think of himself alone. But listen, bear with me if I tell you that could your son send out the news himself, perhaps he might say, 'Twas by his own hand he perished, and not by that of another.'"
"Never, Mr. Jefferson, never will I believe that. It was not in his nature."
"I agree with you, but when we take the last wishes of the dead, we take what is the law for us, and the law of your son was the law of honor. Suppose, my dear madam, there were a woman concerned in this matter."
"He never wronged a woman in his life."
"Precisely, nor in his death would he wrong one. Do you begin to see?"
"Did he ever speak to you of her?"
"It was impossible that he should. But I knew them both. I knew their secret. Were it in his power to do so, I am sure that he carried his secret with him, so that it might never be shared by any. That secret he has guarded in death as in life."
"But shall I let that stain rest on his name?"
The dark eye of the old woman gleamed upon her son's friend. "Do not I love him also? I am speaking now only of his own wish, not ours. I know that he would shield her at any cost. Nay, I know he did shield her at any cost. May not we shield him and her, no matter what the cost to us? If he laid that wish on us, ought we not to respect it? Madam, I shall frame a letter which will serve to appease the criticism of the public in regard to your son. If it be not the exact truth, and who shall tell the exact truth?
it will at least be accepted as truth, and it will forever silence any talk. What should the public know of a life such as his? There are some lives which are tragically large, and such was his. He lived with honor, and he could not die without it. What was in his heart we shall not ask to know. If ever he sinned, he is purged of any sin. Jefferson was silent for a moment, holding the bereaved mother's hand in his own. "He shall have a monument, madam," he went on. "It shall mark his grave in yonder wilderness. They shall name at least a county for him, and hold it his sacred grave place, there in Tennessee, by the old Indian road. Let him lie there under the trees. That is as he would wish. He shall have some monument, yes, but how futile is all that! His greatest monument will be in the vast new country which he has brought to us. He was a man of a natural greatness not surpassed by any of his time." What of Theodosia Alston, loyal and lofty soul, blameless wife, devoted and pathetic adherent to the fallen fortunes of her ill-starred father? 3 years after Meriwether Lewis laid him down to sleep in the forest, a ship put out from Charleston Wharf. It was bound for the city of New York, where at that time there was living a broken, homeless, forsaken man named Aaron Burr, a man execrated at home, discredited abroad, but who now, after years of exile, had crept home to the country which had cast him out. A passenger on that ship was Theodosia Alston, the daughter of Aaron Burr. That much is known. The ship sailed. It never came to port. No more is known. To this day, none knows what was the fate of Aaron Burr's daughter, one of the most appealing figures of her day, a woman made for happiness, but continually in close touch with tragedy. Wherever her body may lie, she has her wish. The sound of the eternal waters is a continuous requiem in her ears. Her secret, if she had one, is washed away long ere this, and is one with the eternal secrets of the sea. As to her sin, she had none. Above her memory, since she has no grave, there might best be inscribed the words she wrote at a time of her own despair. "I hope to be happy in the next world, for I have not been bad in this." Did the little brook in Tennessee ever find its way down to the sea? Did it carry a scattered drop of a man's life blood, little by little thinning on its long journey? Did ever a wandering flake of ashes, melting, rest on its bosom for so great a journey as that toward the sea? Did the sound of a voice in the wilderness, passing across the unknown leagues, ever reach an ear that heard? Who can tell? Perhaps in the great 10,000 years such things may be. Perhaps deep calls to deep, and there are no longer sins nor tears. 1,000,000 hearth fires mark the campfire trail of Meriwether Lewis. We own the country which he found and for which he paid.
He sleeps. Above him stands the monument which his chief assigned to him, his country. It rises now in glory and splendor, the perfected vision which he saw. That is the happy ending of his story, his country. It is ours. As its title came to us in honor, it is for us to love it honorably, to use it honorably, and to defend it honorably. None may withstand us while we hold to his ambitions, while our sons measure to the stature of such a man. End of The Magnificent Adventure by Emerson Hough. Audiobook recording by Claude Stewart.